Alright, guys, I am back. Oh, it feels good to be back, y'all. Feels real good to be back. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. We're back, baby. We're back, baby. We're back, baby. Alright, what's up, guys? What's up? I know it's been a while, but, have no fear, I am here. Alright, so what we're doing today is we're just discussing the, spoilers and such things. I was going to do some deck building, obviously without any outlet to actually test it properly. I can't because, for example, let me show you example. So like if I want to play test Vincent, Guardian Vincent, hey yo, these bunch of blocks, hey yo, sign me up, dog. Well, like let's say I want to go play on Talishar, and I want to go play, even in open format. Actually, Vincent might be okay. Okay, no, but like you see, image not found. These are cards that haven't been uploaded onto Talishar, and there's just no point. Like the only thing you can do is like play an established deck, pretty much. I mean, like I guess like in theory we can play tests. Like we can see like what we think is very strong. Like this person has like the Dustodon testing. Obviously, I mean, the only chance they're doing is shock charmers now, which I do wonder if that's already started spiking up. It's already going up in price. But yeah. So we'll start today. These will be uploaded as individual videos, but obviously the widest live stream will be one. But I'm just going to try to knock out a few birds with one stone and record these as well. Makes it a little bit less headache on my end on making dedicated videos. So what we'll do is we'll go over the light cards. This being light illusionist, regular light warrior as well. We will then be talking about the shadow brute, shadow runeblade, and just pure shadow cards. Then we're going to be going over um, any stuff that we miss, like generics. We will obviously have to do a couple things back and forth because obviously you just have regular illusion stuff down here, but there's nothing we can do unless there is a way to filter this a little bit better, which I don't believe there is. We do know the Fable, by the way. We have it right here. But yeah, if you look at here, like obviously I have things like the set breakdown here, right? But like I would have to like pan over the card, and I'd rather the card just be there if that makes sense. All right, guys. So let's start obviously with the Fabled. We have. Hold on. All right, you guys also see me do some stuff. It's just for YouTube. Don't really worry about it. Hey, what's up, everybody? What's up, TCG, and today we are doing our Dusk Till Dawn card review. Obviously, the full set is out, as far as we know. Obviously, you'll see the Dusk Till Dawn Fabled blacked out there, but we do actually have it in a separate tab. It has been revealed. For this review series, we're going to be doing every single card in the set, obviously. There are a few cards missing, but they are generics, and I'll be completely honest, I doubt that they'll change much. And this is something I do want to get out while the set is still fresh on people's minds because of the hype of spoiler season. I don't want any of this to die down. Like people are just frankly looking like, okay, what do people think? What do the people think? Like, the other thing is, like, once the set comes out, there's a very short turnover to competition. Like, I think I have a Battle Harden, I think literally the next day, or maybe it might be the next week. I don't remember exactly it is, but it's very close. But, alright, so let's start with the Fabled, going over the Light Illusionist, Light Warrior stuff. We have Light of Soul. This is a Fabled, it is a yellow pitch. This is a gem, of course. First of all, I don't talk about art a bunch, but like honestly, I like this. I would love to see this pop in code foil. This seems like it'd be sick. This is obviously legendary. You can only have one of this in your deck. And it says when this is pitched, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's yellow, you may put it into your Hero Soul. So some positive and negatives about this. Obviously, this card does not block, which is always a little bit of struggle when you're into decks like aggro or into decks with lots of really solid on-hit effects. Obviously, the actual effect is pretty good. We do need to see how often this is actually able to be used. I would say if this can translate into 3 soul in a game, I think it's well worth the slot. I heard a lot of people say like this card really makes Bolton playable. First of all, I'll get to that later. But this specific card being the reason that you can play Bolton, I do think people are slightly misguided. The issue with Bolton is never getting cards in Soul. Especially this card actually makes it somewhat harder to get cards in Soul because you have to fundamentally change your deck. Now, if you were to build some form of aggro Bolton with Library or even the combo Bolton with Library, which is a deck I did try at one point, like I can maybe see the world where this is really good. But I do think the issue will come up when you are wrong and you miss. Now, perhaps your whole entire deck is jealous and it's impossible to miss, or like you make the odds like 85% to hit. This would be good, but without ways to search and shuffle your deck, how often are you seeing this? For example, in Bolton, now yes, you can pitch this literally turn 1, shuffle almost that exact same turn with things like Beacon of Victory, and then possibly if like you draw off of like, let's say you pitch this for Halo, you get a card and so you play a, I don't know, Boulder Courage to draw a card. I mean, I guess you're not really solving everything, but like, so you have one card and so you play Beacon, you play Boulder Courage, you have 2 cards and so you Beacon of Victory, you go to 1 card and so you reveal a yellow, you put that card in so you draw a card. So like if that's the exchange, it's pretty good. You get 2 cards in Soul, and you get a combo piece. So in that sense, it's really good. But I think looking at strictly the high end is just poor. I don't think that is the way we need to look at cards. We need to evaluate what is the average value of this card. Now, it's not that you can't talk about the highs of a card. That's entirely fair. You definitely can do that. It's just basing the actual card's power level off of that is just a little bit misguided. But with all that in mind, I think the card's definitely solid. I think I don't like the whole number system or the grade system. Like I get it. It helps people just simply look at a card and be like, this card's A, this card's F. Clearly A is better than the F. But that's just a generic system. Like there's usually no context involved. So I don't really want to do that. I just want to give my opinions on the card, and then you can take that and go with what you will. I think the card's solid. Like it's not wowing me. It's not like if I don't think this is a card like I have to get to be able to play a deck. Like for example, like Icelander. Like the difference between having Find Out and not is pretty decent. But in like Oldhim or Control Dash, like having Find Out, okay, maybe in Oldhim it's like actually really solid. But like in Control Dash, if you don't have a Heart of Find Out, like you can't. It's not like you can't play the deck. You can definitely still play the deck. It's just You lose some power efficiency points. That's all. And I think that's where this card will land. I think this card does have very high highs, and can sometimes in some worlds be the reason that you would win a game, just because you get X amount so like that a turn sooner, and also you get a card off the top of your deck. But like, I definitely think there are scenarios where this card could bite you by literally doing nothing except being a pitch. So getting into the regular cards, we will actually start with both of the heroes. We have Prisoner Awakener of Soul being the CC hero and Prisoner Advent of Thrones. As predicted, they are the exact same thing. It's just the interesting thing is 32 life. 32 life. Now, we've typically seen this life total with heroes that fundamentally break the game, or can play on the opponent's turn and deal damage. So, for example, KO fundamentally breaks the game. Does this make KO good or bad? No. But does KO fundamentally break the game? Yes. So, nudge in the life total there. We have decks like Wizards. Both Wizards can deal damage on the opponent's turn. Also has access to Storm Striders. So yeah, a little bit less life total. Makes sense. If they had 40, it might just be GG's for everyone. Gonna be honest. Decks like Benji fundamentally break the game. They say you literally can't block because it's printed on my hero card. Riptide can ping people in their opponent's turn while defending. Right? Things like this. Prism isn't really doing this. What Prism is doing, obviously we'll see later in the set reveal, I don't want to say fundamentally breaking the game, because that's, I definitely don't think she fundamentally breaks the game, besides being a light illusionist. But she has access to a lot of hidden defense. So for people who don't know, is Prism has access to the ward, being the Spectral Shields and the new allies that are out. And what ward is if you'd be dealt damage, you can destroy this and prevent that damage. So if someone's coming in for 4, and you have ward 4, well, now you take 0. Simple as that. If someone's coming for 3, you have ward 4, 0. But now, if someone comes for 4, you have ward 1, well, you still take 3, but you still effectively reduce some of the life that you were losing without losing a card from hand, is where they're kind of getting at. And I guess they're assuming that Prism will just have so much effective HP with a lot of the cards being block 3s, with access to so much ward. They just think that Prism cannot be at 40, or the game is probably unhealthy to play against. That is just my educated guess. I don't have access to any insider info on that. It is just what I think. But going on to the actual ability, these are the same for both. Prisoner Awakened of Soul. When a card with Herald in its name is put into Prism Soul during an action phase, keyword is in action phase, so this counts during both players' turns. You may search your deck for a Figment, put into the ring and shuffle it. So first of all, before we get to the bottom ability, let's talk about what Figment is. Figment are these cards right here that obviously say Figment. Think of these as Ash that start in your deck that you can then use to create something else. And that's where we get to this bottom ability, which says once per turn instant, to pay 2. Banish a card from Prism Soul, add as the cost. Awaken target a Figment that you control, which means flip it. So for example, we have Figment of Erudition, you'd flip it, you would have the Figment here, you make it into that. Boom. Makes sense. I think this ability is pretty good for a few different reasons. Obviously, number one, this is free deck thinning. So not only do you plus off of putting a card into your soul, because you have things that benefit from being in your soul. Like things like Celestial Cataclysm, want cards in the soul, and you have a 0 for 7, which is just freakishly powerful. Now, obviously, we live in a world where we don't have the OG Prism's ability where we can use our soul to create spectral shields, but obviously this is an entirely different deck ideal. But obviously still having cards in soul is very beneficial. And like I said, the deck thinning. Then we have that bomb ability, which obviously the good thing is the figments actually do something when they come in. So whenever, like, let's just say these were ash, and then the ash got turned into the allies, the ability would be like so much horrible, so much more horrible. When you have dragons that draw my use, that costs 0. Like the two cost dragons are, God, what? Thamai, I think costs 2, right? And then you also have the legendaries. But like those cards impact are like just so great. Like when you resolve one of the legendary dragons, you like the game is now changed. But if these were just ash or into this, like the game would not have just changed. So the fact that most of these have something when they enter the battlefield is pretty freaking good. I'm happy to see that. Next, we have Luminaris, Celestial Fury. Now, this card, when it was first spoiled, everyone thought was going to be absolutely terrible. Obviously, we didn't really know the ceiling of this card. We just knew that, well, we're like, what are these angels? We don't really know what angels are. And then it's like, attacking cards with Herald? I have to pay 2 to get go again? That seems lame. Everyone was like, we're just going to build Iris everything. This weapon sucks. Now, let's see if that weapon is actually usable. But before we get to that, we have this oh so beautiful chess piece. Piano Rapture. This says, if a card with hero in its name has been put into your hero soul during your turn, the first hero ability you activate that turn costs 2 less to activate. So, obviously this was going to be mostly a CC review, but one thing I do want to talk about, in Blitz, this card is kind of nuts. Obviously just saying, I hit with Herald of Protection, create Spectral Shield. By the way, that card that just went to my soul, activate Prism for free. Now, obviously, as long as you already have a yellow in your pitch, like, it's fine. But even for a Prism that just wants to play a value game, and like that wants to play like 2 for 6, 2 for 7, that's it. This ability is still good because, again, we'll use our protection. You're going to hit, create a Spectral Shield, +1 life. Then for free, you can banish that card that you just put in your soul. So you turn most of your heralds. You turn Herald of Protection into 9 points of value on offense. Red one specifically. That's pretty good. And then if you have, obviously, Luminaris and you're able to swing, like, the value just kind of gets disgusting. But just, at worst, 9 points of value. That's actually really freaking solid. And then obviously it has its bomb ability, which is once per turn instant, pay red. This gets ward 1 till the end of the turn. Obviously this is not the most popular thing that people would want on something like this. But obviously I'm just glad it didn't have ward at base. If it had base ward, I actually would have been very, very upset with this card. I think, and I'll get into it right here, I think ward on equipment is horrible design. Like, I get it. You start with extra effective HP, and you don't have to, like, put a block in front of it, quote unquote, but, like, it's literally the same thing, guys. And when, like, cards with ward have really powerful abilities, and if you have no way to stop the damage, like with dominate or spread damage of certain kinds, the ward just gets in the way of a card being good. Like, you take Celestial Kimono, for example. Here, we'll look at that card real quick. Like, this card, especially with the new context, should be absolutely crazy. Not it? Hold on. Chest. Let's see if we can find it real quick. By the way, this card is now banned instead of suspended. Like, I'll get into that later in the live stream. Don't you worry. But you have this. So we'll read the card without looking at the ward. It says, once per turn, when such Konomo or a non-token permanent you control with ward is destroyed, gain a resource. This is pretty solid. Like, there's a lot of scenarios where if they would have made the cards from Dynasty like a little bit better, like this card would have been nuts. But also because those cards don't have Go Again, they block 2, it's really hard to keep those up. This has Ward itself, it's really hard to get use of this. Like, you can do some cute things, like play this into... I'll go ahead and get to it now. Where is it at? Where is it at? Come on. There's no way it's light illusion. I'm pretty sure it's just light. Right? It's just light, right? Or light illusion, something like that. Is it actually... Am I blind? There's no way I'm blind, right? Hold on. I can't seem to find this card. What? Hold on. I apologize, guys. This is live, but like... Is the card just not here for some reason? Like, the card's already been spoiled. What the heck? I mean, I know the name of the card. I'm just trying to, like, physically show you guys. So is this not here or what? It's for some reason it's not here. Okay, hold on, hold on, give me 1 second, I apologize. I just want to show you, like, what could have been. Not this. This. Oh, it's just illusionist. Ah, okay, that's where I went wrong. Illusionist, but, like, Legends can only with this. It says, once per turn, when this or a non-token from a word with control is destroyed, you may pay a red if you do credit upon token. So, literally, turn 1, you could have this break. Celestial Konomo will trigger. You'll create a resource. Use resource, create upon a token. So you prevented at minimum 2 damage if this was the thing that was destroyed. And you create upon a token for free, essentially. It's really cool. That is a cute interaction. But I think it's still not solving the issue that Ward on equipment has. When Ward is so powerful, when equipment block is so powerful, and you don't get to dictate when it's used, I think, and that's the big thing. You don't get to dictate when it's used. Like, that's what really, like, block on equipment is used. Like, you're like, I've been waiting for this pivot turn the whole entire game. I'm going to block with some equipment to save life. Here, you just don't have that option. It's just like, if you take the damage, it's just gone. And there's not really ways to recycle it. So, kind of disappointing from a game design perspective, but, like, I guess I get it. I guess you can't have it be too powerful, but I don't know. But let's get into the Figments. First, we have Figment of Erudition. This is a yellow 4-costed light illusions instant. Figment subtype. It has no block value. This says when this legendary Figment enters the arena, create a Ponder token. So, for 4 mana at minimum, we are drawing a card. So this is just a worse a lot of things. The sole fact that you're probably committing 2 cards of this, or a card, a blue specifically, and Tunic. And the issue with that is, like, are you really playing Tunic when, like, this card exists? Like, I think this card just has so much upside. Maybe the argument is, if you're on Heavy Heralds, like, this is the best version of the card. But if you care a lot about the allies, maybe you're on Tunic. I don't 100% know. Obviously, no one can really know yet. But 4 cost, it's steep. But let's put in the world that you paid the 2. You pay with 2 blues, so you have 2 floating, and then you can activate Prism, flip this. Let's see what you get. You get Sarai, Archangel of Erudition. And I really wish, like, it wasn't the Marvel. So this one is once per turn, action, pay 2, attack. When Sarai attacks, you may banish a card from your hero. So if you do, draw 2. Ward 4, attacks for 4, has 4 health. So obviously, you just look at the card. It is just better erudition. Like the argument would be, but Siphon, erudition has dominant. Okay, well, I mean the first one was never hitting. The second one was going to be hard to hit, depending on how they use their equipment. And then the third one, like, probably would get through. But like, did you really need the third one to win? Probably not. Is this card still good? Like, is erudition still good? Yes. Like, will you still always play erudition? Yes. But this one literally is just on attack. So that weapon that we seen that really made it difficult to give go again because you're asking for a lot of things to happen at once. You can now just, oh wait, hold on, actually, you can't even give this go again. Hold on. Actually, no, you can't even give that a go again because this oh, target angel attack. Never mind. It's literally the first line. LOL. Obviously, since this is an angel attack, like, okay, you're fine. So you can, let's say, draw 2 blues. We'll give it. We'll even use the maximum for this one. So you're gonna attack. You're gonna draw 2. You're gonna draw 2 blues. Well, now you can play another Figment. The issue is you can't flip that one because Prism's ability is once per turn instant. So now you're asking yourself to probably use the other cards offensively. So for like Heralds, for example, the issue is those Heralds won't have go again because you're not running Luminaris. You're running Numinaris. So it's like, how much value are you really getting off those 2 cards? I do still think at the end of the day, like, it's going to be like an insane ability, and I think it's going to be pretty good. Because, like, I guess total off this card, you're getting 3 cards off this card, which is like Giga replacing itself. But I still do think the card does have a few problems. First, obviously, being doesn't block. Keep that in mind. None of these block. Figment of Judgment. This is a 2 pitch, 4 calls Figment. That's how all of these are. This says when this legendary Figment enters the arena, you may turn any card in the banish zone face down. And on the back side, we have. Oh, hello? We have when this enters. Hello? Oh, because. True. I gotta flip it. This says when Themis attacks, after you pay 2, you may banish a card from your hero, so if you do, turn any card and banish on face down. Obviously, this is a big play on things with Levia and the blood debt stuff, and really just making it harder to have their turns. And Blitz, for example, this hurts Chain. Vincent, we don't really know how much they're going to use the Banish Zone. Obviously, they're not going to be able to use it as well as Chain did, but I don't think that's, a knock on Vincent. It's just Chain was kind of bonkers when it came to that. But I think both abilities are fine. Like, Herald of Judgment was always still one of the... It was like the worst good one. Like, you had like a split between the Heralds of like really good Heralds, like, and kind of like meh Heralds. Out of like the good Heralds, Herald Judgment was the worst. And I assume it's probably gonna be the same here. Like, you don't hate this ability, but you're not like, oh my gosh, thank God we have Herald of Judgment on a stick. Like, thank God. Like, you're not really gonna say that. It's also legendary, which is like kind of rough. So you're hoping to be able to play this, attack with this, and then keep it. It's going to be a little difficult. Substream, thanks for coming to the stream. Alright, next we have Figment of Protection. This is, again, I'm not going to go over this again, but for last time, these are yellow, 4 cost, instants. This says when this legendary Figment enters the arena, create a Spectre Shield. It's already pretty good. I like it so far. We flip it over. This is Aegis, Archangel of Protection. Can you note this is majestic? While these, let's see, where are the rarity of these ones? Majestic, are all these majestic? The only reason I ask is your ability to get them. Obviously, they up the Majestics per box and stuff, and just the set in general, but I do think all of them being Majestic possibly is going to be a little rough. Not, you only need one, so it's not obviously the biggest deal, but. But obviously, Aegis. Whenever Aegis attacks, you may banish a card from your hero. So, if you do create 2 Spectral Shields, this I enjoy so much. Especially in the mid-range builds, possibly even the Iris builds. I think this can slap. Because this by itself is creating 3 Spectral Shields, so what that means is you're creating 3 health for yourself. So pretty much this card in itself has 7 points of defensive value if you're able to attack. If you're not able to attack, it's obviously only 5 points of defensive value, which is still good. But 7 points of defensive value that can turn to more offense. I'm digging this a lot. I like Aegis. Aegis so far has been my favorite. Next, we have Figment Ravages. It says whenever this enters the arena, deal 1 arcane damage to any target. So this is really good for picking off pesky little Ashwings. Attempting to pop opposing ward in mirror matches. Depends on how much AB the Prism brings. On the flip side, we have Sigma Archangel of Ravages. This says when it attacks, you may banish a card from your hero. So if you do 2 arcane damage to any target, obviously really good as a game finisher if people only bring AB1 into you. It is just a free 1 arcane damage, which is pretty solid. This, touches a lot of the dragons. And yet again, AB1 into the mirror. Can clean up Spectral Shields, clean up Angels. Depending on how the turn has went. I think this has a lot. I definitely think this is better than Herald of Ravages. Not that Herald of Ravages was entirely bad. I just think this card's a little bit better. Next, we have Figment of Rebirth. Figment of Rebirth says, when you're doing it, you may put a yellow attack action card. Oh, no, it's just action card. Jesus Christ. From your graveyard to the top of your deck. And on the back side, we have Avalon, Archangel of Rebirth. Wow, this art is actually just sick, dude. Wow, this stuff actually makes me want to low key fall out the deck. This is, I've never been that kind of guy. I have 2 full decks, but they're just cheap. But this is just sick. This has when this attacks, you may banish a card from your hero. So if you do put a yellow card from your graveyard on top of your deck. I did see some people getting confused. Remembrance it gets banished, guys. Just remember, it gets banished. It doesn't go to the graveyard. But with that being said, I think this is absolutely a wonderful effect. Basically getting 2/3 of a Remembrance, obviously without the shuffle, but just getting 2 cards back, I think is really, really solid. And one really big thing with the allies is having an excess of things like blue mana on your turn is going to be really big. Being able to flip this and attack with this, and attack with multiple, possibly. Obviously, this isn't the blue illusionist exactly that I asked for, but I definitely think this illusionist will like her blue cards. Next, we have Figment of Tenacity. Obviously, this was not my favorite Herald, but let's see what's cooking. When your next attack gets dominated, and it's just attack, so you could play this or have this enter the arena, and then attack with something else. So let me cook for a second, guys. Let me cook. Let's say you hit with whatever. Has go again for whatever reason. And you get a Figment of Tenacity. You could then go, CNC, has Dominate. Pretty sick nasty, don't you think? It's pretty sick. You can do stuff like that. And just attack. So theoretically if you're on the orbs, you're Not that it's going to be super massive, but like if you happen to swing for 4 dominate and like it matters, or even the 5 dominate with the new one, like and that accidentally matters, like I don't think that's going to be the case. I think so far this is the weakest Figment, but let's see what the other side has. When your whoa, your attacks this turn get dominate. Oh, so if you just start with this on the battlefield and you have a full hand, like you can actually just pop off. I still think this is like the weakest one, but like I think the upside of this, depending on deck construction, I think this card could pop off and just be sick. But yeah, I still think this is 100% the worst, which means unironically, I'll probably open up 2 of these in my case, and like nothing else, because this world just hates me. Figment of Triumphs. Figment of Triumphs is when this enters the arena, attacks your opponent's controller's turn, get -1. So I do gotta reread Prism. Is there a way to do this on your opponent's turn? So if you have a way to get Herald enter so in your opponent's turn, you can get this. I think this will probably be played more than anything else. No, I think that might be an issue. It's just getting this in play consistently, because doing this on your turn literally does nothing. Well, let's see what the backside has for us. Victoria, your attacks. Whenever she attacks, you may manage to card from her. So if you do attacking towards your opponent's toe, get -1 until the start of your next turn. Now this is good. This backside is good. The front side kind of cheeks, but this side very good. I like this front side. I like this. I like this. I like this. I like this way more than the front side. Last Figment, we have Figment of War. This art just feels weird to me. I don't know. Does this art not feel weird to you? Like compared to the rest of the art, and like it's like this one. Who's it by? By the same person? It is. Are these all by the same person? They're not. See, the rest of them are done different, but this person has done 2. So like the art style makes a lot of sense. How's the art on this one? Okay, that one was just extremely sexy. All right, Figment of War. When it creates a courage token. So let's scroll down real quick to courage token. Courage token. When you play an attack action or activate a weapon attack, destroy this card and attack it to +1. Okay, so with that in mind, getting +1, I guess, is like fine. It's like not bad, but it's like it's literally just okay. And okay, this is Bologna, where when it's attacked, you may match a card from yourself. You may put a +1 counter on each angel you control. So obviously, this probably has the highest upside if you're able to protect your angels, which I do think will be hard. But in a world where you're able to protect, this card kind of just slaps. We'll have to see how easy it is to protect our ward. If we can, this card is just insane. Alright, I am going to grab a quick drink before we get into the next cards, but these seem to be... how many cards did they reprint? Jesus Christ. Halo? Yeah. Oh, yeah, true. Halo is a way you can get stuff into your... So... I forget what card cared about that. I honestly don't remember. Yeah, but there was a card that cared about cards, Herald's going in, so... Oh, I guess... with Prism. So like with Prism ability, Prism, if someone attacks you, like with like Kadachi's for example, you can go activate Halo, put a card in Soul, trigger Prism, get Herald of Triumph, and that Kadachi's is kind of nuked. Oh, it's only attack action cards. Oh, actually no, that's just worse than I thought. Jesus Christ. But I'll be right back, guys. I'm getting my last little bit of fun in before I start my cut in like the next 2 weeks. So I'm enjoying some root beer, which I haven't had in like years. But alright, starting with the next cards, we have Herald of Protection, red, yellow, and blue. These cards, these are 2 costed. The red comes in for 7, so it's 765. Also 3 blocks. When this hits, put into your hero soul, create a Spectre Shield. So obviously a few things happen here, where this will trigger Prism, and obviously this has an on-hit effect of creating Spectre Shield. This is obviously probably one of my favorite heralds now. Obviously the rate, I enjoyed it, but obviously everyone was just like, oh, erudition, and oh, war turn herald. But I'm like, this in this new meta, I think slaps. Obvious reasons people like War Turn Herald to 1 for 7. Obviously, that card's insane, especially with a flying mana. You can activate your Figment and get it flipped. But I think just in a vacuum, like I think this card is just insane. In this new meta, I like this card a lot. Getting the extra, like I said, obviously getting the extra points and with the Spectral Shield brings it up to 8 points of value. And then obviously, if you're able to do stuff with that Spectral Shield, it just increases the points. Obviously, getting a Figment onto the battlefield just increases the value, because like you can go hero with Heart Protection, get a Spectre Shield, go, put a Figment Protection on the battlefield, create a Spectre Shield, so now you just created 9 points of value. Pretty good. And then obviously if you're able to flip it and attack with it, which isn't always going to be likely, but like if you do, it's just kind of giga nuts. Next reprint, wait, what? Why is there 2 hero protections? I'm stupid? Maybe I'm stupid. Yeah, because there's only 3, I don't know. Next we have Herald of Ravages, red, yellow, and blue. This follows the same attack structure. 2 cost 765. This has the ability, when this hits, put into your soul, do 1 arcane damage to target hero. So obviously a little bit different than the Figment of Ravages, where it's saying target, this one has to hit a hero, and it's always 1 damage. But obviously, again, being a block 3, being above rate when it comes to being defended. Obviously, 2 cards in front of this will not be enough. It's still hit for 1, do 1, so it's still going to leak over for 2. And then with Prism's ability, you do have effects. Now, one thing I guess I am thinking about now is how often you're able to actually trigger Prism. And with how often you're triggering Prism with the amount of targets. Because all these are legendary, right? These are, I'm 90% sure these are all legendary. Give me 1 second, please. Yeah, legendary. Yeah, these are legendary. You have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you have 8 times you can put this in without any recycle effects. Obviously, you have Rebirth itself being a recycle effect. On the backside. Like that's kind of it. I mean, there is another herald that allows you to recycle, but I think that also might have the same clause. But anyway, next one. Oh yeah, it's literally this one. Herald of Rebirth, another 2 for 765. Says when this hits, put it in your hero soul, put up to 1 card of Phantasm from the graveyard on top of your deck. Obviously, this cares more about the attack action cards than as the Figment, so obviously not Figment support there. It's another 3 block, solid. You have your Tenacity Cycle, which has Dominate, and it's a 2 for 654. And yeah, it just has 1 hit, goes to soul, and has Dominate. Herald of Triumph, this is your anti-Phantasm card. Says when attack action cards get -1 while defending this. This is a static ability. So obviously if people just have exactly things like CNC and they just run the generic 6s, they're going to get clapped by this card. That's why people like me, I run things like Vanill's Fighting Spirit at red into this new meta if Prism is going to be really good. And I know they're going to be playing cards like this. I'm going to be playing 7s. Because like I said, if you just play straight 6s and this card goes on the stack, you just get really sad. Fortune Herald, everyone's favorite herald. This is a 1 for 765. Generic on hit goes to soul. Obviously, very solid. Are going into some more new cards. We have Angelic Descent. This is another cycle of red, yellow, blue. And it says target attack action card with Herald and Sam gets go again. Your next angel attack this turn gets +3. This is again a cycle for 3, 2, 1. It's also an instant specifically. The reason why that actually matters is because, like, if for some weird reason you can't play your attack reactions, or I don't know what clause someone could have, but obviously just being an instant makes it a little bit better. There's one card, hey, there's one card that I think it's around this. Time to get to the old searcher. Wizard stands. It's your time to stand up. It may not be Ash Blossom, but it is something else. Yeah, Aetherize, baby. Yeah, y'all thought this majestic from Crucible was a joke. Now, it is time to start running Aetherize in your Kano and Icinder decks to counter the Angelic Descent. Unironically, it's actually not horrible value to run, to do it, but like you're just never going to. It's just never going to. Angelic Wrath. This is another interesting one. This is another instant. Target attack action card with Herald Sam gets +4. This is in a cycle. It is 4, 3, 2. So the blue one's still +2. The blue one is still Rain Razors. And then the red one is Red Pommel. I mean, I guess it's the same power as Pommel, I guess, but let me cook. This is kind of nice. Obvious downside, doesn't block. Now, I do think that is a little unfortunate. Now, if these cards were actual reactions, they probably would have a block value. That might be one thing that they did in design, is they wanted to give Prism a little bit less block. It's a trade-off for block for power. And obviously with all of the war that you have, like, maybe just having more cards that destroy block can really be unhealthy, but again, we don't really know. But I think this card is fine. Next, we have Celestial Reprimand. Wait. Sorry, I'm tired. Reprimand. It's a 0 cost. Is this a cycle? Yes, it is. It says target card defending an attack with Herald and Sam gets -3, 2, and 1 this combat. This is another instant. The really nice thing about this is this helps out your Pauper matchups, and I'm really glad this wasn't an Illusionist generic, because Dromai does not deserve to play this, because we do not like Dromai players. Dromai players, I don't mean it. Please continue watching the video. But yeah, now that those Dromai players are left, yeah, we don't like Dromai players. Next, we have Celestial Resolve. This is another 0 cost instant. It says target attack action card with Herald's name gets +5. So basically, you can turn any Herald into a 2-card 8 block. So a little bit better than obviously a Soul Shield, but obviously without the bonus stuff, things going to the Soul. But if you're just looking for raw value, this is just really freaking good. This is the same as just having 2 D-Reacts. But obviously without the downside of, them being D-Reacts and getting clapped by things like Dominate, getting clapped like things like CNC. You're just completely fine against those. Pretty solid. This is another rainbow. I mean, heck, the blue one is +3. So it's just another 3 block. So that's going to be it for the Prism specific cards that only Prism can run. We will try to scroll down real quick and see if we can find just the Illusionist cards by themselves. And here we have Reality Refractor. This is a Illusionist weapon orb +2. This is literally Iris of Reality. But instead of 4 go again, it just comes in for 5, but it costs less. So a little bit less heavy on the mana. A little more oomph on the hit, but no go again. I still think Iris of Reality is probably better. But maybe with the build and you not being able to go as wide as normal. Maybe just the base 5 is actually just fine. Like a 2 for 5 isn't horrible. A 2 for 5 isn't horrible. It's just the lack of go again, and then you needing to have an aura is what matters. Alright, next we have the headpiece that I talked about earlier. I already spoke about this, but I'll speak about it again, like shortly. So obviously this has word 2, create the Ponder token. Not too bad. We have Flicker Trick. This is a 0 cost defense reaction. A lot of talk has been about this card, whether this card's good or not. This is a 0 for 5 defense reaction. But this has Mirage, which is a new keyword. It says when this is defending a non-illusion attack with 6. Sure, so it's pretty much the opposite of Phantasm. My issue with a card like this is what slot does this come in? Like, with the fact that this has no utility like a Sink Below, like a Fate Persine. Yes, like raw defense, it's better by 1, which could matter a lot. But I think the decks that you would really want this in, it just kinda isn't that good. Because you would want to really have this help you with the big attacks. But if you discover a big attack, it just loses. Like, but maybe Keywords maybe it has enough value in aggro as a 1 card block, like a 4 or something. But like, I think the utility of Fate and Sync are just a little bit better at the moment, but I am bound to be very wrong. Next, we have Lost in Thought. Lost in Thought is a 1 mana card that says, look at target hero's hand, choose an attack action card. If you do, they put that card on the bottom of the deck and they create a Ponder token. So this is a Phantasmaclasm, except without a melee drawing a card. They just create a Ponder token. So in a lot of ways, it's better. Because how many times have you Phantasmaclasm someone, you got rid of a popper just for them to redraw another popper? Or you get rid of a card and they just draw a better card. Like, it's happened a lot. So this stops that. But the issue is you're running a 2 block that has a cost. I think if this was a 0, I actually genuinely think people could probably find space for this. But like, you have to commit mana to this card. I don't think it's great. And it's also attack action. If I think it was just action card. Like, imagine like you take away Bruce Bloodrush Bellows. Now that's just sick. That's just sick. But it's specifically has to be an attack action card. Like, I'm assuming this is supposed to be you take away their popper, and then they just like, well, cool, I have 74 poppers, get clapped. But that's it for the Light Illusionist and Illusionist cards. So next, we will move on to the Light Warrior cards, and then after that we'll go over just the Light cards. Obviously, we have Bolton. Bolton is Bolton. I mean, no errata because, you know, F me, I guess. First, we have Beaming Blade. Beaming Blade, first of all, is a rare, which I do like. It says, once per turn action, pay 2, attack. If a yellow card has been put to your hero's solo turn, this gets +5. So this is obviously going to be a theme for this set is yellow cards for Illusionist and Warrior. Specifically the light variety. Obviously, the fact that usually this would be off charge, and you can control what you charge. Obviously, you can control what you attack too, but like, it can be a terrible yellow. You don't have to attack with it. You just have to put it in your soul, and then you can choose for something else later. Like, this is probably better rated because of how you're going to end up building Bolton. But I think obviously it's less diverse because Raiden just cared about you charged. That's all it cares about. But I still think like I think you might be willing to concede some deck building to put Beaming Blade because it's just more damage. But if we find out the yellow cards just aren't good enough for the 5 damage, maybe Raiden becomes it's still just the best aggro weapon, but that remains to be seen. Don't play Dawnblade, that's all I'm going to say. Next, we have Soulbound Resolve. This is a Light Warrior chest. Has 2 blocks. This is legendary. It has Temper. It says, when this defends, you may charge your hero soul. So, charging means put a card from your hand face up into your hero soul. This has the keyword, which may or may not turn on other things down the road. And it says the first time you be dealt damage each turn, if you have charged this turn, prevent one of this damage. So this actually turns really enough into 5 block. Oh, I'm sorry, 6 block, right? Wait, hold on. Because it'll block for 3, kind of. And then, yeah, it's 5. Yeah, so this turns into a 5 block chest equipment. And unlike, uh, Brave, god dang it, Bolt of Courage, um, unlike your other chest piece, it doesn't, like, you can block with it once, but you really can't block with it twice. With this, like, you freely can block with it whenever you need to. And it's, like, really freaking solid. Like, having an extra 5 on, like, a defensive warrior build. Like, I think Control Warrior. Okay, you were Control Warrior. This is something I was discussing with, I don't know if it was Flukenbox. I don't know exactly who I was discussing this with on Twitter. But they asked, like, is Control Warrior not possible because of a card like this and then a card we're going to say later? I think it now can exist and be playable. Obviously, I do think you're a very low tier deck, but I think just the raw health that you get from this, I think is pretty good. Now, obviously, if you're wanting to run Control War, you'd probably rather run Dorinthia, but maybe. Oh, that is webcam. Alright, I think I have some back. Of course, it waits till I'm live streaming to do this. Now it's gotta figure out how to stop the echo. New problems. New problems. Constantly get formed. Kinda impressive. Uh, I actually genuinely don't know why it's echoing now. Oh, this is literally insane, dude. Why is it even... And, like, it literally wasn't doing this, like, literally 5 seconds ago. Which is, like, the gross part. Okay. So now, I have this playing, like, 17 different ways. Alright, we gotta fix there. Okay, now... we gotta figure out... Oh, wait. Is that it? Did I fix it? Yeah. I think I fixed it. Alright, this game sucks. Alright, hi guys, welcome, we're back. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm literally just gonna do it in the live stream because LOL. But yeah, that's Soban Resolve. Alright, make sure one more time that we got audio. Okay, we should have audio. Next, we have Banneret of Courage. It only comes in yellow for some reason, and isn't rainbow. This is a yellow card as well, keep that in mind. I just said it, but like, they really want you to care about yellow cards, so I'm just nudging you a little bit. One cost 4 attack, 3 block. This has the keyword Soulflare. This is a new keyword. It says when this is charged, create a courage token. So basically, when this is charged, specifically has to be under the keyword of charge. You get the courage token, which, as we've seen earlier, next attack, action or weapon attack is +1. So on your next thing, you get a free bolt ability, which is pretty good. Next, we get Banneret of Gallantry. This is the exact same stat line, except this Soulflare is when this is charged, you could have Quicken Token, which is also really good. I do think that these are some of the few cards that will obviously make the cut in all builds of Bolton. I don't think just in combo or aggro. Banneret of Protection. This is probably my least favorite. You just get Spellblade Aegis. So we went from like just really generically good. Really generically good. Hyper uber specific. That you only have 3 of. Someone please help me out. Next we have Beckoning Light. This is a red 0 cost light warrior attack. That comes in for 3, blocks for 3. It says additional cost to play this you may charge or so. Keyword this does say may. If a yellow card was charged this way, whenever an attack action card hits this comment chain, you may put an attack action card from your graveyard on top of your deck. And for the people in the back that are saying, oh my gosh, guys, we got an infinite loop. No, that's not how loops work. That's literally not how infinite loops work. Let me break down what an infinite loop would be. If you attack with this, put an attack action card from the combat chain on top of your deck, or from the graveyard on top of your deck. That's it. So you could just have these 2 cards definitely cycle each other. Unfortunately, it says you have to charge. So no matter what, you're going to be losing a card. Now, yes, is this really good for getting like really powerful stuff like Celestial Cataclysm, Viva Vanguard, like really important stuff you have to block with? Absolutely. But guys, it's not an infinite loop. Please stop. Stop. I'm asking nicely. Next, we have Spirit of War. This is another 0 cost 3/3. As an initial cost, you may charge a so. If a yellow card was charged this way, whenever attack action card you control hits, create a courage token. So this is just setting up for a future turn again, or possibly, another, thing on the combat chain. Imagine now your weapon is being a 2 for 6. That's pretty decent. Next, we have Prayer of Bologna. This is a yellow 1 cost. Light warrior action that does block 3, does have go again. It says your next attack this turn gets +2. Now this is only yellow, so there's no like rainbow. It says reveal the top card of your deck. If it's yellow, put it into your hand, then charge your hero's soul. So something like this is another card I do genuinely like. Now, again, as much as I like these cards I'm about to say in this review, doesn't mean it really changes the hero's power level. Like, I don't think these really good cards make Bolton, like, shoot up to tier 1 or even high tier 2. I still think he's probably in the same spot, maybe just a little worse, just because other heroes got better, and the other heroes near him can attack him fairly easily. But I think this card, independently in a vacuum, I think is really good. So, imagine your turn 1 being this. Here we go. Pitch a blue. Activate Halo. 1 card and soul. Alright, draw a card. Play Prayer of Bologna. Well, let's reveal the top card. We'll put it in our hand. Then let's say we charge that thing specifically. That's 2 cards. Then we play an actual attack that charges. That's 3. So turn 1, we can have 3 cards and so. Now, this can lead to a lot of high roll potential. Now you're asking for other things to happen, other things to go right. But if you can say, I don't need any more so after turn 1, and you can just block, that's pretty solid. That is pretty solid. And even still, like, this just buffs your next attack. So, like, even your weapon attack. Like, this is sneakily one of the better cards in Bolton as a whole now. Next, we have Venerate of Resilience. This is another 0-cost Slight Warrior attack action for 3/3. Has Soul Flare. When this card is charged, the next attack action card you defend with this turn gets +1. So this really combines with that chess piece that we talked about, where you can block with that, charge this, and then next thing gets +1 defense, which is honestly really freaking solid. Banner of Salvation. When this is charged on your hero, so again, this is going to work with the legendary chess piece. Or, obviously, on your own turn, and obviously it's a lot better on your own turn, but again, if you have a card that just matters whenever something charged or enters soul, it's pretty good. But this card says, the next time you hit this turn, you gain 1 life. So it's a 1 life swing. It's not amazing, but again, just if we're going to be running some cards that don't matter as we do now that we can add cards that at least plus. Like, it doesn't matter if they don't plus us by 5 or 10. If we were plussing 0, but now we're just plussing 1, like, that's still fine. Mana Run of Vigor. Says the next time you hit this turn, you get a resource. So this can really matter if you go, like, Take Flight into Take Flight. Or something into Take Flight into Weapon Swing into something else. Like, this can be what really causes big turns. So, it's not too bad. Not obviously like you have to make sure you can use the 1 resource. But with the issue of a lot of things being 0 cost, like how likely are you to be able to use that resource? I don't know. Next, we have Beaming Bravado. This is another 0 cost 3/3. As an initial cost, you may charge your hero so. If a yellow card charges away, this gets +1, so this is a free go again. So you can pretty much read this in an aggro version of Bolton as a 0 for 4 go again, which is literally stock standard, just perfectly fine. Blocks 3 as well. Honestly, can't hate it. Obviously, the yellow and blue do leave a lot to be desired. V for Valor. This is another rainbow. This is a 0 cost aura. Blocks for 2. It says attack action, attack reaction, pay red, then destroy this. Charge your hero soul. That is cost. That is cost. So, one thing I want you guys to remember. Obviously, none of those cards got reprinted because, let's reprint Prism cards, but, not reprint Bolton cards. We'll open up cards, and we'll just look up the keyword charge. So, one thing I just want you guys to remember. Let's look up. Let's look up actually Battlefield Blitz, and specifically look at Aggro Bolton. It says if you have charged this turn, Battlefield Blitz gets go again. This card says where to go. Attack reaction. Charge your hero so. So obviously it doesn't need to have the rest of this text. Obviously it's really cool that it does. But a card like that now just gets go again. And now the plus, you don't have to activate Bolton. It just has go again. Let's look at another card. Take Flight. You could just Tunic. Not charge off of this. Reactions. Activate the V for Valor. Well, now this is a 7 go again. A 1 for 7 go again. Now we're just cosplaying Illusionist. Obviously, but much worse. That's just some of the stuff that you guys can do. V for Vanguard sneakily doesn't matter. I wanted to get the suspense. So the thing with B for Vanguard, guys, which I've seen a lot of people misread B for Vanguard. It says, as an additional cost to play Vanguard card, you may charge your hero so any number of times. Attacks you control on this combat chain get +1 for each card charged this way. So what people forget about this card, it says charged this way. It has to be charged by V for Vanguard's ability, not just charge in general. But honestly, I get it. So, Lumina Ascension, eh? So, swing with sabers? They're like, okay. And then you're like, yeah, you can't swing again. You're like, cool. Break this, charge a card, give my saber +3, so now it comes in for 5. Oh, it hit. Actually, so now it's going to be +6. If you've played in Lumina Ascension. Well, sorry, it's going to be 6. But then, like, obviously, if you have things like Spirit of Inari out, it's just kind of bonks. People really can't know when combo is coming now. Like, I'm saving all my frustration for the end for a whole different video. I'm trying to talk very positive about Bolton in this video. Trust me, I'm smoking that Bolton pack soon. But like, there's a lot of sneaky stuff you can do because a lot of cards just say when something is charged. They just care about the fact that you charged. All right, they just care about you charged. All right, next we have Glaring Impact. This is a 1 mana 4 blocks for 3. Additional cost you may charge. If a yellow card is charged this way, it gains Overpower. Overpower says this can't be defended by more than one action card. Overpower just strictly being worth Dominate. I'm going to be honest, I don't really know why they... I don't know why they printed Overpower. It could have just been Dominate and been fine. Like, if the argument is, like, maybe they're future piercing where something takes away Dominate, sure. Or they think in a... There's a scenario where Overpower is better than Dominate. Sure. But I think what it really is they're trying to make a less oppressive Dominate when, like, whatever. Just print Dominate on it. It's a 4 Dominate, dog. Like, we don't care. The only time we'd care is if, like, this was plus by something else and had an on-hit effect. But, like, that's literally it. But if it's plus by something else, then, like, it hitting is probably easier. Next, we have Light the Way. It says when it hits, if a yellow card was charged, this gets go again. So this needs 2 things. This needs to hit. Another thing, it needs to have a yellow card. So this is very specific where most of the yellow cards in Bolton are kind of bad. But you have a lot of cards that benefit from charging a yellow card. But then again, then you have to look, well, how beneficial are those yellow cards being charged? Like, what are the effects of anything? Just get going again on this is not a reason to run a yellow card. Like, this is not a card that you're going to be like, oh, well, thank God I put a bunch of yellow cards in my deck, so now my 0 for 3 can have go again. Like, that's not ever going to happen. Oh, thank God my 0 for 1 got go again, dude. I don't know what I could have done. Next, we have Resounding Courage. This is a 1 mana light warrior attack reaction, block for 3. Target light warrior attack, keyword attack, says gets +3. If you charge this turn, create a courage token. I like this card. Obviously, please keep giving us block 3s. Don't give us block 2s like a weirdo. Honestly, pretty good. Charge of the Light Brigade. This says the next attack you charge this turn gets +3. This is another rainbow where it's 3/2/1. Blocks for 3. Obviously, the red's pretty good. You'll probably run the yellows because you do want some density of yellows. And obviously, the +2 isn't horrible. We have a cycle of, I don't want to say generic pieces, but like these are all just light, generic, quote-unquote, equipments. They all have instance as banish this and a card from your hero's soul. Prevent the next 2 damage that'll be dealt to your hero this turn. So obviously, this cares that you have some extra soul lying around. Because obviously if you don't have any cards in your soul, this does nothing. You physically can't even activate it. Obviously if you have some extra cards lying in soul, this is obviously not too bad. Next, we have United We Stand. The text on this literally doesn't matter. It is just a light action 6, so it's a popper. It's literally all that matters. Nothing else matters on this card. We have Lumina Lance. This is a yellow 0-cost light attack reaction. I apologize. I have been at work all day. Excuse my whatever. Blocks for 3. As additional cost, you may banish up to 3 cards from your hero soul. This is another card that benefits from a lot of soul. It says target light attack gets +2, or target light attack gets when this hits draw a card, or target light attack gets when this hits it gets go again. So obviously, if you just banish 3, for example, if you're attacking with a courage, you can be swinging for 5 on hit, draw 2, go again. Pretty good. Pretty good. Even like the thing I want to know is if I just banish 1 card and I just choose like +2, how much value is that? Because obviously, if I do that and I have extra soul, I just get to go again, so I get to save a soul. Well, I end up using the soul at some point, no matter what, I guess. But I'm not forced to use it on this card because maybe I don't actually want to go again. Maybe I just want the extra damage or the unhit effect. Obviously, when this hits draw, is really good for guarantee you have an arsenal, depending on how your hand is structured. Like, it's not bad. Like, a lot of these Bolton cards aren't bad. It's just, there's just a lot of stuff going on that's not involving Bolton. Next, we have Radiant Force Field. This is a 0-cost light instant aura. If your hero would be dealt damage, banish 1 card from your zone, prevent 1 of that damage. When there are no cards in your hero's soul, destroy this. Obviously, this is another card that benefits from having a large soul. Obviously, this can just be a game changer on certain turns where this was just like played as like a 1-card hand. And let's say you have like 7 cards in soul. You theoretically have 7 block. Kind of. I don't hate it. The one issue is that it's on a May, you must do it. So if you're willing to save soul, well, you best be blocking. Remember, these cards weren't just made for attack, and they were made for blocking. Later Rest, this is another cycle. This is a 1-cost 5/4/3 attack action card. When this attacks a shadow hero, it gets +1. When this hits a hero, you may turn a card from the advanced on face down. So obviously trying to give some headspace into the shadow heroes that are in this set. The issue with that is, even as a sideboard card, how much do you care about this? Like, maybe just saying I can put a 1/6 in my deck. Actually, is a 1/5 that bad, actually? Maybe a 1/5 just actually isn't that bad. If there's like other stuff that you can do like before or after this. Maybe it's not that bad. I'll have to come back to this card in deck building, now that I think about it, actually. Blessing of Salvation. This is a 1-mana light action, blocks for 2. If a card has been put into your hero's soul this turn, you may place this as an instant and gain 3. So what I actually would have liked for this to say, if this card was put into your soul, gain 3, maybe that's just too good. It's a rainbow, right? Like, here's the thing. Why would you ever play the blue? Like, there's nowhere where you play the blue. Even the yellow is just dog ass. Like, if it either costed 0, sure. If it blocked 3, maybe. But the fact that you have a 2-block Sigil Assault that you have to pay for is just, I just don't think that's it. You would rather just play Sigil in almost every circumstance. Cleansing Light. Okay, actually back up. The world where you'd want to do this is if you see a density of light cards for your combo, but like you weren't really playing Sigil anyway, so like I don't think you really care about that effect. Cleansing Light. This is a 3-mana light action, blocks for 2. If a card has been put into your hero soul this turn, you may play this as a bonus and destroy target red aura. So don't care. Like, obviously, there is one glaring, and I mean glaring, did not mean to do that. There's one glaring card that this, like, absolutely just dumps on. And red aura, by the way. But that being said, is this how we're being Briar? This. Like, trading this for a Channel Heroic. What the turn that we would need to play this, they wouldn't have needed to probably channel Mount Pass. Which, like, is never going to not come up, but, like, praying that it comes up on that turn, I think it's just scary. Now, where it gets interesting. The yellow one destroys yellow auras. Prism plays yellow auras. Cleansing Light blue is where I really think this one might be good. You destroy target blue aura. So now you have a blue in your deck. Obviously it's a block 2, so it's not great, but destroying the blue auras at instant speed I think is solid as a sideboard piece. Even in the mirror for Prism I think is pretty good. Next, going back onto the attacks, we have Blistering Assault. This is a 2 mana, 5 attack, 2 block. It says if a yellow card is in your pitch zone, this gets to go again. So maybe this is just fine. I would like. I don't know if making it 6 would have been made it too good on rate and as a popper, but I can see this being played in aggro Bolton, but like. I'd probably rather just see a card with charge than this, but maybe I'm wrong. Defender of Daybreak. This is a 0 mana, 4 attack, 2 block. It says when this defends a shadow attack, non-equivalent light cards get +1. It's Comet Chain. I think that is pretty good because, funny enough, this is a non-equivalent light card. So this is a realistically 0 for 4 the block for 3 if you go against Shadow, which the issue is I don't think this is the card that you're sideboarding like, haha. This is how I'm going to beat Chain and Levy. I don't think that's the kind of card. Searing Ray. Actually, I do want to say maybe the blue gets played, but like probably not. Searing Ray. This is a 1 mana 4 attack 2 block. If you have a yellow card in your pitch, this gets +2. So now it comes in for. Now it's a 1 for 6, which is not too bad. But again, very specific. Prism is not really going to want this. Bolton would rather just have a card with charge. Break of Dawn. This is a 0 cost light instant. Next time a Shadow Sorcerer deal damage, this turn prevent 4 of that damage. Really solid. I think this actually could be a sideboard piece. Perhaps. Not 1000% sure, but I could see this if Shadow just becomes way too good. I think actually in Blitz, I do think this card is really good just because how dicey the game is. I think being able to prevent 4 at instant speed is pretty solid, honestly. So that's going to be for the light cards. Overall, I also think Prism's cards are really good. They're pretty good. The Bolton cards, obviously, like, by themselves aren't too bad. I mean, there obviously are some stinkers. But the good cards are really good. Like I said, the card I personally am the most excited for, well, the 2 cards, is Prayer for Bologna and specifically probably red and yellow V for Valor. I mean, the blue one's like okay. But like I'm saying I like a 2 block. That shows you how much I like the card. If I like a 2 block, I guess unless third would be Soulbound Resolve, but like I'm a combo Bolton player, probably not gonna be playing it. But like maybe you could talk me into playing like a mid-range aggro. Maybe I don't 100% know. But that's gonna be the light cards. Tell me guys what you guys think in the comment section. And in the next video, we will be talking about the Shadow Runeblade and Shadow Brute cards. Right after we get to the Warrior cards, because I forgot as I was scrolling down. So when it gets to the Warrior card, so the card that I was referring to earlier, whenever I was talking about, like, could this be the card that make Control Warrior, like, good? Some people were asking on Twitter was, that's my Great Axe. This is a pretty much a warm well. And this is actually harder to block. just because if you block it, it just becomes worse. Like, you can block for 3, but now you still take 2 just because it makes it 2. And if you block with D-Rack, it just becomes 2. And if you put a 2 block, it just becomes 1. Like, it is probably unblockable. Because you're still going to be, like, no matter what they do, they're going to be leaking damage. Unless they choose to put multiple cards in front of it. Then you're just like, Jesus Christ, did you really just put a card in front of it? Like, I think this is really, really solid, guys. I think this is really solid if you're wanting to run some type of control warrior. Next, we have Bastion of Unity. This is a warrior equipment offhand. It says Unity. When this defends together with a card from hand, which is the keyword of Unity, this gets +1 to the turn, has temper. So the first time, if you block with Unity, it's going to block with 2. And obviously, they don't block for 1, so block 3. So it's pretty much a buckler. But the thing is, why wouldn't you just play? If Stillby Buckler is just Guardian, then I get it. But like, if Stillby Buckler is not Guardian, I would just play Buckler. Iron Song Versus says once per turn action, pay red. Your next sword attack this turn gets when this hits a hero, create a courage token. I like how unironically they keep like not printing cards that care about sword. Sorry. They keep making like these non-sword weapons and then saying, hey guys, if you attack with a sword, you get something. When it's like, well, why don't you just print a sword then? Like, imagine if they printed a one-handed sword or something, and then have this offhand, then you can have this. I think that'd be pretty cool. But we have Chorus of Iron Song. This is a 1-mana attack reaction, +3. During the specialization, until the internal target on blade gets +1. When the damage that this would do cannot be prevented. It has Unity. When this defends together with a card from hand, create a courage token under any number of heroes control. So we do have some UPF love there. Honestly, like those are kind of solid, like for Dorinthia. I really, really want to see if I can build a control warrior. Unfortunately, I am leaning probably towards no. But you guys know, if I can make any deck a control deck, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Alright, so now that will be all the light warrior, and light illusionist cards. If you guys enjoyed this breakdown of those cards, make sure you guys like, subscribe, comment down below what you guys want to see next, and stay tuned for the Shadow taking over. This has been your voice from Siphon TCG. Imagine like the screen glitch there, and like my eyes turn like red, and I look like a demon for a second. Peace out. Wow, that was an hour and 24 minutes. That is not how long the live stream was supposed to do. Oh, people are here. Jesus Christ. Thoughts on and okay, I gotta catch up with chat. Alright guys, for those asking about the next decks, the next thing will be the shadow cards and all that stuff, but let me catch up. Thoughts on Invoke? Thoughts on Invoke? Thoughts on Invoke? I'm blanking for a second. Which one's Invoke? Is that Invoke Calamity? I don't feel like that's a card name. If it wasn't part of like the archetypes I just went over, then I haven't went over it. But why do I feel like that's... Did I miss a card? Or I just like mentally miss a card name? Invoke. Actually, I can just do this. Set breakdown. Invoke. What? What Invoke are you talking about? The first angel? Oh, Soraya? Oh, are you talking about Soraya? This right here? Yeah, okay, so when it comes to this card in the context of the new set, now that this is actually playable again, I think the issue that this card has... is the fact that this doesn't have Figment. So you can't search this. You just have to have this, unfortunately. And the other issue is you need a Spectral Shield. Obviously, you're going to be running things like the arm piece. The name blanks me right now. But if you can go first, if you can go second, get that to pop and save it, save the Spectral Shield, then you can play this. It's pretty good. The issue that you run into is obviously cost 2 and cost 2 to attack as well. But obviously it doesn't cost 4 and it blocks. So like, yeah, you have some push and pull there. I obviously just picked one up because I think like there could be World War still played. Because you have at minimum probably 6 Herald of Protection, and then you have Figma protection. So like you can probably make enough Spectre Shields. But yeah. Brian Ferguson, morning from Northampton, Western Australia. Welcome. What could be some cards I could look out for a Control Warrior idea? Okay, how about this, Brian? Brian, if you are still here, type in the chat for me. Here's what I'm gonna do for you, Brian. Because obviously, I would have to think of a lot of stuff off the top of my head. I guess while I'm talking, I can go like this. Whoops. I can go like this. Give me like 2 weeks. Give me like 2-ish weeks. This is a considered an act, correct? This is. Give me like 2 weeks. And I could probably make Control Warrior. I'm just saying what cards we have that interact with axes specifically. Or like just cards like how much it costs 3. So like you're probably playing this on single blue hands. So like you're probably not gonna get the buff. But obviously you're gonna be running things you're gonna be running blue block 3s. Like you literally just turn the Odom. Like this obviously is going to be pretty nuts. Not for the Gogans because it's a blue block 3. Blue block 3. Blue block 3. Even like this is a blue block 3, but it's also a +4. Like Jesus Christ. But like this requires you to have a 3-card hand, and then you're swinging for what 8? Like 3-card 8 or 3 is a 3-card vanilla 8 where we're looking to be at. I don't know. Obviously, like we can just go here and just type in axe, and we can see what card cares about axes. Spoiler alert, not a lot. So we have Cleave. I think Cleave was specifically in a Dromai is freaking nuts. It's also a 1 mana, so like if you can go Tunic, pitch a blue, swing with axe, like this is kinda insane. This is kinda insane. Cause then that's pretty much a 1-card 8. Pretty nuts. Fell Swing, again, if you're able to keep cards and you're able to go through 10, I think 10's like really good. And like I said, the blue is +4. And I do think it's better than this one. Just because this weapon's just bad. Like you can't tell me it's not just bad, it's just bad. But give me like 2 weeks. Let me actually let me make a notepad of decks I need to look at. So obviously we need to look at Prism, we need to make Bolton, probably make a Levia, make Control Warrior, revisit combo, Bolton. Hello? Control Bravo, even though I think Bravo's so cheeks. Obviously, we will probably do some Blitz stuff, but these are probably like high priority of stuff I want to look into. I guess Vincett's there, but like I think Vincett's gonna be really hard to build. But like, we'll put in Vin. So yeah, these are gonna be the decks that I'm gonna be trying to make the most. Because unfortunately, like Control Dash and Kano didn't really get anything, and that's all their cards I'm known for. But that's what I'm gonna try to get, Ryan. Hopefully you were here to see all that, and yeah, give me like 2 weeks. Give me like 2 weeks. All right. You guys ready for the shadow cards? You guys ready? Are you guys ready? Well, hopefully you guys get them after I get the generics. What I'm going to do is I'm going to blue ball you guys a little bit. We're going to knock out the generics and the tokens real quick. And like the stuff like call down from lightning. And it's going to be a very short video. I'd say it takes less than like 5 minutes. Actually, do we even do the generics? Cause like we're missing what? 1, 2. What is this? 5. We're missing 7 generics. Like I said in the video, I don't think they're going to be huge, but you know what? We'll skip them. We'll actually just do the shadow stuff. We'll actually do it. So give me like a quick second, guys, to gather myself because I'm talking a lot, and we'll get to it. Alright, guys, and we're back from our Christmas break. Pat Daddy, I did not do Garden because I only got 1 card. But real quick, I'll go over that card real quick. I'll go over like the 2 specific cards. It'll be no video, but we'll talk about them real quick. Well, 3 of them, 4 of them. So first we have Anthem of Spring. Anthem of Spring is a blue 0 cost Earth action, block for 2, Briar specialization. The next attack card you control this turn gets +1. Go again. So obviously it's half an embodiment of lightning. It's an Earth card, so obviously helps with the density of Chama Heroic. I think this takes out Weave Earth for people who were playing that card. Weave Earth was insanely bad, but for people that wanted their density of Blue Earths, like sometimes they just had to play it. But this has Unity. When this defense you go with a card from hand, create an embodiment of Earth token under any number of heroes controls. So importantly, this will check itself because of how layering and stuff works. So this is actually a block 3 if you combine this with another card. Which then, if that blocks for 3, it now blocks for 4. So now you have 2. Now you have 7 with 2 cards. So you can really reach some interesting breakpoints. The more cards you add to the chain, I think this card's pretty good. Unfortunately. Oh wait, Briar's not allowed because you guys can't get the fucking job done. So yeah, Briar will enjoy this. You know who won't enjoy this? Odom. Oh god, I wish I smoked because I could just be smoking that. Why is there a cat on top of my car? Hold on a sec. I'm about to this dude up real quick. Hey, hold on, player. Let me talk to you for a second, bro. Let me talk to you for a second. I'm about to commentate this whole entire thing. I'm about to f this cat up, bro. Hold on. Let me walk down the stairs real quick to my car. Hey, yeah, that's right. You better fucking run. Yeah. Yeah, pussy. Yeah, you fucking running, dog? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Fuck him. Yeah. Scary ass. Alright, let's jog back up real quick. Give me 1 second. Alright, we're back. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Northern win. Folding players. Okay. So this is an ice card, which is already bad because they don't play a lot of ice cards. Or actually, I think I just took out all the ice cards in their deck, actually. But it's an ice action, block 2. Odom specialization. Now, real quick, you see the word freeze on there. Freeze has been errated to be till the end of the turn, so most people thought you could just freeze something indefinitely. That's unfortunately not the case. But you can freeze 1 equipment item or ally each hero controls. This is obviously really good in even things like EPF. And when it's defends with a card from hand, you carry a small blade edge token under any number of controls. And to the one Odom player out there that is probably listening to this, and the fact that you keep saying Kano is bad into Odom. Why did you get a small blade Aegis token that has Spell Void if you're so good into Kano? All right, sorry for the mic rip there. You guys just got to be prepared. But yeah, this card's like fine. Fortunately, Odin is still going to be dog ass and UPF. Unfortunately. Next, we have Call Down the Lightning. This is a yellow 0 cost lightning action. Blocks 2. XC specialization. It says your attacks this turn get whenever a defending hero adds more and more defending cards to the combat chain. This deals one of them. Go again. So why, for some reason, did she get a lightning card that's playable? And why do you get punished for blocking? I really couldn't tell you. And the fact, So this card has Unity. It says when this defends with the card from hand, create a bomb of lightning under any number of control. So let me get this straight. I can go second. I already want to go second, but I can go second. You send any attack with me because you want to filter. I could block with 2 cards, this being one of them, get a free go again, pitch a whatever, load an arrow, and then just go bazookas on my turn. So, Lexi perceived best deck in the format. Odin leaving. People are like, oh, Jesus Christ, Lexi's just going to run everyone. And this is obviously the day of the ban list. Bullseye Bracers got hit.
We don't care.
And now you're telling me that now she just gets a free bomb lightning, and if you want to not die, you get punished for it. Seems fair. You tell me how fair it is. And then finally, what the young man Pat Daddy is here for, Starstruck. Anthony Harper, what's up, man? Are they not getting anything else? They are not, unfortunately. Starstruck. This is a yellow 7 cost, 10 attack, 3 block guarding action. Bravo specialization. So keyword, remember this, guys. There is another Bravo out there. Looks kind of like this. Bravo, star of the show. Also on Starvo. Living Legend format is confirmed to be playable this year. So keep in mind the context of that Guardian as well. This says Crush. Actually, we'll get to the Unity first, because the Crush is nuts. Unity, when this defends with the card from hand, cast Icon Surge token. So again, this is stuff that really says, I would like to go second. So Bravo now has the ability to go first and second, and feel very, very fine. So before, in my opinion, it was very matchup dependent whether you wanted to go first or second. If you were against like a Katsu, a Fi, a Briar, I think obviously it's contextual, but like if you have your deck built with enough blues, you could probably pull it off. Dominating a one-hit effect that is really actually relevant against them was really powerful, because either A, it hit and you're looking good, or B, you got equipment out of a player turn 1, which is insane. That's pretty good. But now you can go second and just be like, okay, I'm going to block. Create this Seismic Surge token. You leaks no damage against me. Congratulations. So now my turn. Seismic Surge cracks. Bravo ability. Crippling Crush. And then now your opponent's just like, so that's why I was, oh, mind you, you can just create another one, by the way. So what you're telling me is, all because I went second. I got to refresh my Seismic Surge, activate Bravo, Crippling Crush. Keep in mind, going first is usually tempo negative, unless specifically you're a setup deck. So if you were an aggro deck, you decided to go first, you didn't leak any damage, hopefully you got an Arsenal. If you didn't get an Arsenal, it's just all bad. Pray to God that Star Wars doesn't get to do something like this. Even Bravo, if it does something like this, it's just crazy. Like, Bravo can do that if he goes first on his second turn, but now he can start the game and do that from actual turn 1. Kinda gross. Gonna be honest. I'm a massive Bravo hater. I'm just looking at going like, I don't think I can physically attack them. No matter how bad my hand is, I don't think there's a world where I can risk them having Starstruck and me just getting blown out by them able to either refresh us. Because here's the thing you got to remember, guys. If I tell you, because you let them filter, they get to refresh a seismic surge, and you're like, well, that's just -1 mana on the next thing. That's not a big deal. Yes, cheating on mana is a very big deal. Because think about this. Here's why it's important. The difference between 7 and 6 is huge. Because Bravos aren't running Tunic. Instead of, oh, well, I can't block with any cards because I need my attack, I need the 2 blues and another card to pay for the 7. I can now block with the card, keep my life total 3 higher, and still do the thing. You can effectively say Seismic Surges are +3 health, if you want to look at them that kind of way. And saying that this card is actually 9 points of defensive value. And I think that's the way you want to look at this card when it comes specifically to the Unity part. This is 9 points of defensive value. So let's look at the Crush. This Crush says, when this deals 4 or more damage to a hero, the only attacks they may play or activate on their turn are attacks with base greater than the damage dealt this way. So keep in mind, to Crush, it needs to be a minimum of 4. So now, the attack that you're playing or activating has to be 5 or more. Most aggro decks can do that. And it says base. It isn't, aha, nimblism, snatch, get fucked, nerd. It's, oh wow, everything in my deck, nothing in my deck is more than 4 at base. Oh, okay, well, pass. That's really what this card says a lot of times. It just says, pass. Like, this is what I've been asking for Bravo, is I don't think a lot of the on-hit effects are that relevant. But Bravo getting another actual universal, I think that's important. It's getting a universal on-hit effect. For example, Cranial Crush is actually really good. If someone has a 3 of a kind in hand. They have an Art of War in hand. They have Tome of Aetherwind in hand. If they don't, I mean, it's a solid 1-red attack. But obviously it's different if they were looking to draw on their turn. This is just against every hero besides Icelander and Kano. Or Brute, or Guardian, I guess. But, like, no, we'll talk about Brute later. This card just says, get clapped, nerd. Now, if you dominate this, I think this is one of the big cards that can take Lexi down. Because they can't play around this card. How are they going to play around it if you dominate this? You're going to start playing D-Rex and Lexi? I mean, they did for a point, but then they realized it was just bad. So this just says Time Walk. You going to let it hit? Oh. Well, hopefully you had exactly a Battering Bolt in your hand. Oh, you don't? Well, it still says Time Walk. The card's pretty good. Alright, Pat, there you go, bud. There you go, Pat. Is that what you're looking for? I was still here, Brian, thanks. E-Strike is the only card I can think of. The most text will run. Yeah, that's fair. You already know I care about the Bolton Love. Yeah, I went through the Bolton cards. What you can do, Anthony, if you're still here, is the VOD's actually obviously live. You can just back up. Because I went over the Bolton cards. How long ago did I go over the Bolton cards? Like, I think if you skip maybe to like the 30-minute mark, maybe you should be able to find the Bolton stuff. Obviously, I'm going to have an independent video talking about Bolton and stuff, so you don't really have to worry about just not knowing thoughts on Bolton. Is this going to be available for streaming? Yes, it's going to be available. The whole entire VOD will be available immediately as soon as I end the live stream. So if I just end the live stream now, just kidding. So if I just end it now, you guys will be able to watch it. But like I said, I know you're a big Bolton player. There will be a dedicated Bolton video within the next week. That is going to be that's a high priority video, is a Bolton video. Unfortunate things I have to do this week. Obviously, I have to complete work. I have my local armory, which I don't get a lot of time to do. Friday, I have a haircut, and I'm working a second job that day. Saturday, I have a funeral and a second job that day. And then Sunday, I don't know. So, like, Sunday will probably be the best time for me to do it. Unless I just do it on my way. Unless I do it after I get home one day, but I dedicate my whole entire off time between getting home from work and going to sleep to making the Bolton video, which is maybe possible. I probably won't be able to get it edited, but that's at least the timeline for the Bolton video. Alright, guys, so, well, a lot of people in here I assume are waiting for. It just makes me sad because these could have been Bolton, man. This could have been Bolton. And one last toast with root beer to the light, because we're not entering the dark. Actually, Zach, where are you at right now? Are you home? I just got an idea. Zach, are you home? I should have this in ultra low latency, so you should be able to like respond immediately. Yeah, I do. Zach, are you home right now? Because I was gonna say, if you really want to make this spice, okay, of course you're at work. I was gonna say you could hop on, but if you're at work, that's unfortunate. I'll probably have you help me on the Levia deck. But alright, guys, let's get into the Levia cards first. Psych! That's the wrong number. We're getting into the Runeblade cards first. Absolutely blue balled. Get brute players. Vincent Iron Maiden. This is a new hero. This is a Shadow Runeblade hero. This has 40 life. This says at the start of your turn, banish a card from your hand. If you do, crit a rune chant. This is two things. This is a mandatory effect. You must do this. If you block with 3 cards and have 1 card in your hand, well, that sucks. That card's going away. But obviously, creating a rune chant, pretty good. Secondary ability: whenever you play a shadow non-attack action card, you may pay a life. If you do, the next rune chant effect that will deal damage this turn cannot be prevented. So, a couple things about this: this will always trigger, no matter what. Like, you don't have to pay the life, but this effect will always trigger. It will always go in the stack if you play a shadow non-attack action card. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. So obviously, this will have the exact same card pool as Chain, besides obviously Soul Reaping and I forget the other Chain specialization. Not Art of War, as much as that should have been a Chain specialization. But yeah. So if you're familiar with a lot of Chain cards, you're going to be familiar with all the Vincent cards, plus the new stuff. First, we're going to the weapon, Flow of Agony. This is a one-handed flow weapon. Comes in for 1. This is a Vincent specialization. It says once per turn, pay a life, attack. When this hits, crit rune chant. Not amazing. Obviously, if this had Go Again, I would be much more excited about this. As far as I know, there's not an offhanded shield or anything for Runeblade. It's literally just this new card, which only really Vincent can play, because it's a one-handed. But obviously in arcane damage matchups or Runeblade matchups, you can now run the arm piece AB, and then you can run this as AB. So you pretty much get to free up an actual equipment slot, which I think is actually very, very underrated for a lot of people. I don't think people understand how important that actually is. And the offhand, Glimmer Warrior of the Haunt. This is a Shadow Runeblade offhand, the first of its kind. Instant, pay red, banish this. That is the cost. Quite an Eloquence token. Was an Eloquence token that you asked? Let's find out, Jimmy. Eloquence token. This says whenever you play a non-attack action card, destroy this. This card gets Go Again. So basically, this is a way to extend the chain. Obviously, there are certain non-attack action cards that don't have Go Again. Things like Tome of Findel, which I think is going to be that might be solid in this kind of version, because obviously playing things like Spellbound Creepers as well. Where we go? But yeah, I think this card's like okay. I think the ability is okay. It's not wowing me by any sense. But the fact that it has Arcane Barrier, I think, is really good. Having Blood Debt is interesting. This really makes you time when you do this, because if you do this early, you have zero way to get rid of this. As of right now, you have zero way to get rid of this. So your timing of this is going to be very, very crucial. So let's get into the next card. Let's get into actual cards, man. Let's get it. We have Widespread Annihilation. This is a blue 4-costed Shadow Rune Blade attack action. This is a 6, so it is a popper. Block 3. Why is it a popper? Because evolutions, I guess. I don't know. This has Runegate. What does Runegate say? If you control rune chase equal to or greater than Widespread Annihilation's cost, you may play it from ransom without paying its cost. So, I don't know if they have given the floor notes on Runegate. So, what we need to know is, I don't know if you can even play this from your Banish Zone unless you have Runegate. Because, obviously, it doesn't have the text, the regular text you may play from your Banish Zone. I assume you can only play from your Banish Zone if you can play the Runeblade cost, or then it costs 0. So then it's a 0 for 10, which is why. Why did you make a 0 for 10? I don't know who asked for a 0 for 10. Maybe that guy did. I don't know. But it says, when the combat chain closes, each hero who has lost life this turn banishes a card from their hand. Obviously, because you're a Shadow Runeblade, you benefit from things being in your banish zone. You can intentionally keep certain cards in your hand, so this is beneficial for you, especially if this has cards like Gogan. I think, unironically, Chain just literally loves this card. If they can somehow turn this on their turn, which I would probably doubt they can't. So obviously Vincent probably just uses this a lot better, but obviously this is future proof. Like if somehow Chain can lose life on his turn, I think this card's just kind of nuts. It's also a blue. It's a blue block 3. This game sucks, dude. Why is it a blue block 3? Get this out of here, man. We have Widespread Destruction. This is a yellow 3 cost. This also has Runegate. It says when the combat closes, each hero who has lost life banishes a card from Arsenal. So someone help me out. Why do they hate Kano and Bolton, the 2 heroes I'm most known for besides Control Dash? And to 6, so it's a popper. Help me out. It's not when this hits. It has no vision. Dude, you could literally play a non-attack action. See? Even that fell. You could play a non-attack action into this. I could block this. It won't even hit me. One rune chant leaks through.
Yeah, say goodbye to that Arsenal card.
Like, I just get rid of my Luminous Engine. Just get rid of my Aether Wildfire. For what reason? Because Vincent paid 1 life and told me to go fuck myself. This game is absolute trash, dude. You're about to see me start getting tilted, man. Because, like, dude, if you guys love Tilted Isaac, I know you guys love Tilted Isaac. I haven't even started the recording, have I? Alright, recording started. Alright, guys, we're obviously in the middle of the live stream. I forgot to press record. Real quick, I'll back up real quick. So, obviously, Vincent's ability. You must create the rune chant, like yada yada. You guys know what Vincent does. Flow of Agony, pretty terrible. This thing, pretty terrible. Widespread Annihilation, it's a blue 3 block, that's a popper. I really don't understand why. The sole fact that you could pay a life with this, and I just lose a card from hand no matter what, is pretty stupid. But Vincent's like losing life too, so it's equal trade. No, it's not equal trade. You're losing 1 life, I'm losing at minimum 3 points of value. That's not how math works. Please stop that. Same thing with Widespread Alienation. So I'm a combo deck. I'm playing Kano Bolton. For some odd reason, Vincent plays whatever Shadow non-attack. It could be the worst Shadow non-attack in the whole entire game, but they pay a life. They swing anything at me. And then this card's like, ha, say goodbye to your Aether Wildfire, Luminous Engine, nerd. And I'm just like, cool, why did it also attack for 6? Yeah, I'm still waiting for someone to tell me. Like, I have, yeah, Tilted Isaac is fucking here, guys. You guys are gonna eat this up on the live stream. Yeah, come on, live stream. Hey, you guys were waiting for Tilted Isaac, wasn't you? Yeah, you guys are waiting on it. Yeah, it's here. I'm about to get real fucking, hey, it's about to get real tough in here. It's about to get real tough. Next, we have Widespread Rune. This is a 2-cost card with Runegate. This is another 6. Why is that a 2 for 6? 3 block. It says when this combat chain closes, each hero who has lost life advances the top card of their deck. This is so much more tame than the other ones. Like this one, like I could still see it like ruining some decks by accident, but it's not Cure Arsenal. Like, why is it a CNC that doesn't need to hit? And it's even worse, because it's banished. Another thing, if you have a bad card stuck in your arsenal, you could just, and you, because you lost life, you could just get rid of the stuck card in your arsenal. Dude, this game is absolute trash. I hate this game. Funeral Moon. It's a 0-cost Shadow Runeblade action. Blocks for 3, which is really cool. You may play this from your banish zone. If your hero is lost life this turn, you may play it as an instant. Create a rune chant. Honestly, not too bad. Obviously, it's best as a block 3. But I will say this, because a lot of cards do have Rune Gate, this could be the missing piece to where you go grasp. You could go start a turn, banish this card, create a rune chant, play this card. For example, if you had well, I guess you don't. Oh, it does not go again. So you could be like, banish this card from my hand, create a rune chant with grasp, play this. I now have 3, even if this no longer has go again, because you aren't doing anything else on the turn. Like, like, then you just get the free work on your turn. Like, obviously it's a little extra setup, but like, you're pretty much just taking a turn off to do this, and then taking a turn off to say, hey, you Bolton, or you Kano. Like, seems pretty cool. Requiem of the Dam, 0-cost Shadow Runeblade action, another block 3, because why else? This is the same formula, except this one creates an Eloquence token. As we said, it was an Eloquence token. This says if you play a non-attack action card, the card gets go again. So for some odd reason, instead of giving Bolton good cards, they decided to, hey, let's give Shadow Runeblade good cards, because that worked out really well the first time. Oblivion. This is a blue, unfortunately not block 3, thank God. 0-cost Legendary Vincent specialization. Play this only if you control exactly 6 rune chants. So this is going to be a very slow burner. But obviously we have a lot of things in the rune chant, in the rune chant production and Runeblade. So I don't think this is actually harder than this. This is going to be easier than a lot of people think. This is going to be easier than a lot of people think. Because think about it. You have things like Blessing of I forget what the blessing is called, but it starts with an O. It just creates 3. Read the runes creates 3. You could, in theory, I'm trying to think if you could actually turn 1 this. So read the runes is obviously 3. It's obviously not. I mean, it had an instant, so you can play it if you have it going. So you can start off your turn. You banish a card from your hand. That's 1. Activate. So you're gonna have 3 cards left in hand. You activate. What's it called? Grasp of the Arcanite, or no, Grasp of the Undying. That's 2 cards in hand, so that'd be that in the Oblivion. You read the rune. That's 5. So you couldn't turn 1 this. You unfortunately cannot turn 1 this. Actually, hold on. Actually, wait. I think you could, actually. Hold on. Wait. So, you pay a life. Why did I go back? Did that matter? That might have mattered. Hold on. Where's Oblivion? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Let's say the Funeral Moon is the thing that you put there. So, you go make a rune chain with Vincent at the start of turn. Activate Grasp. Activate Grasp. Let me do the card thing. Okay. Activate Vincent. You have 3 cards left in hand. You have 1 rune chant. It's this card. Play. Activate Grasp. You go down to 2 cards in hand. You have 2 rune chants. You then play. Read the runes from your hand. You pay a life. So this is now turned on. You go to 5. Then you play Funeral Moon as an instant. You go to 6. And then you play. Oh wow, you could literally just turn 1. Wait, does this have go? Wait, hold on. No, because you won't have an action point because you play Read the Runes. You won't have one. But like just saying like turn one like this. I mean, but the thing is, you don't really need to play it turn one. Literally, actually, all you do is you create the 6 enchants, arsenal this, wait for them to do whatever on their turn, wait for them to have 0 action points, then you play Oblivion. But let's see if this is all worth you making. Nazareth, the Soul Horror. Is it even worth? Uh, this is to make a 6/6 Shadow Demon ally who has once per turn action, pays 0 attack. When this hits hero, banish a card from the show. If it's a light card, banish this way, gain a life. So this evens out the life that you're losing. This says you the Bolton. It swings for 6, for 0. It doesn't have ward, it just is just 6. Oh my gosh, depression is starting to hit me. Depression is starting to hit me, so is sleepiness. But we'll try to turn through this. Alright, we have Deadly Delight. This is a rainbow. This is a 2-cost 5/4/3 attack. This says Runegate. Runegate is for 2. It says when the combat chain closes, gain life equal to the number of shows that lost life this turn. So obviously this is more for UPF. But obviously just gaining 1 here is just... Oh no, you'll gain 2 because if they lost life and you lost life, you just gain 2. It's actually not too bad of a health trade. Yeah, honestly, actually not too bad. 7 points of value seems okay. At minimum, 7 points. Oh, I guess with maybe more. I would say it just depends. It just depends on your hand. Deadly Well. This is another rainbow. This is a 3-cost 6/5/4. This also has Runegate. It says when the combat chain closes, create rune chains equal to the number of heroes who have lost life this turn. So again, you have the ability to make 2 for free. Pretty good. And it's another popper for some reason. I'm still trying to figure out why there's 74 poppers that are being made when their focus wasn't the heralds that have phantasm. Someone help me out. Enveloped in darkness. This is another rainbow. This is a Shadow Runeblade action, but this one actually blocks for 2. It says create a rune chant. The next attack action card you control with Runegate gets +3 this turn. Go again. So obviously this is really going to need to be comboed with other rune chants. Literally for this, you can pitch a blue, play activate grasp, create a rune chant, then play this, create a rune chant, and then there are some 2-cost cards that do have Runegate, which get +3. So obviously, if the value is there, it's insane, but obviously it's going to be a little bit harder than on average. Rift Skitter. This is a 3-mana Runegate card. Comes in for 4, blocks for 3. Has go again. 0 for 4. Am I excited about a 0 for 4? Technically a 0 for 7. 0 for 7 go again? Yeah, seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. Obviously, if it's not Runegate, it's just 3 mana, come for 4 go again. It's pretty dog ass, but I do think you'll probably be Runegating it more often than not. We have Phantom Banshee, Runegate. This is comes in for 3, comes in for 7, but its block value is 3. So you already know the control Shadow Runeblade is here, ladies and gentlemen. But it also just has Blood Debt, so for me, I guess if I can't get this out of my Banish Zone, it's pretty horrible. My Fatigue Chain deck might have some issues, to be honest, where it just plays like 74 epots and then just goes absolutely dog ham on one turn and just like kills the opponent. I wanted to show you guys that for Blitz, but I'm not gonna lie, it's actually probably just bad. Cause like I'm pretty sure just Blitz just requires too much tempo. Next we have Phantom Wrath. This is a 2-cost Runegate card. Just comes in for 6. Still printing more poppers for some reason. Main Brace wasn't enough to Illusion Silver, but hey, good cook, I guess. And yeah, and just a vanilla 6, not too bad. Produced Stirrings. This is another 3-cost. This says you may play this for your Banish Zone. The next attack action card with Runegate puts +5, because of course it does. Why would you not want to just die on turn 1? Honestly, it's actually probably really hard to use, because this requires you to have a blue. Now, if you just have a blue in your hand in this, and you have any like decently costed room gate card that costs like 2, you're fine. Even if you have a blue, and you can actually play. Sorry, not blue. If you have 3, then you're kind of cooking at that point, because then you can just play this, and then for some odd reason, play this. I hate my life. I don't know what I did wrong. Oh God, is that the last of it? Please tell me there's some more. Because everyone's just waiting for the Levia cards. I don't think I can hold off any longer. Oh, there's some more Roomblade cards, so I can just troll the Levia players. Next, we have Scepter of Pain. Scepter of Pain is a Roomblade one-handed scepter, so you know more one-handed stuff. It says, once per turn action, pay 2 to 1 arcane damage to any opposing target. Create a rune chant for each damage dealt this way, so obviously if you affix that, allow it to get buffed, which aren't many. You get some extra rune chants. But I can really see a control version. Obviously, most of the good rune gate cards have blood debt. They have blood debt, but if you're able to swing with this, where to go? If you're able to swing with this just once a turn, it's going to require you to block with only 2 cards every turn, because obviously you're going to need a card to banish the Vincent, and then you'll have this. Like, if you can just do that and create 2 rune chants a turn, because like, are they really going to want to commit a card to this? Probably not. Like, maybe the amount that you lose to blood debt, like, won't outweigh how much damage you do. Like, maybe the damage you do is just enough to where the blood debt's fine. I don't 100% know yet. It's an interesting thing to look at. Next, like, people on Twitter saying this card's bad. I refuse to believe people read cards anymore. I refuse to believe people read cards. So, for whatever reason, Runeblade got a 3-block equipment that has AB2. So either A, you bring into your Runeblade matchup, spoiler alert, now that's all the AB that you need. Rosetta Thorn just doesn't matter anymore. B, you bring in the Wizards, now you can just have Arcane Barrier 4, or even 5 if you just want to get spicy and so that they're never dealing damage to you. Or C, you have 3 block on your equipment. Usually you would have to choose, but now you can just have it all in one card. I'm still trying to figure out why that's allowed. I hate this game incredibly much. Next, we have just a regular Runeblade action card. This is a Viscerai specialization, so for you Viscerai players, beseech the vast beyond. This says the next Runeblade attack action card you play costs red less for each rune chain you control. They almost remade Scletta. Almost. Unfortunately, it says attack action card, so get clapped, I guess. The one issue I do have with this card, and maybe it's just me being tired, but most of the cards that would benefit from this already have a cost reduction, like Rune Flash has cost reduction. I forget what the actual name of the card is. Actually, both Ninth Blade doesn't really care. I mean, I guess it gets to play like a little bit sooner. It doesn't need to have exactly 9, so like maybe it's fine there. And then the Arcanine Ascendancy card's like pretty good, but then like there's the one that just is like a 6er that has the same exact effect but comes with a 3. So like obviously there are a few spots where this card actually matters a lot. But obviously I don't think this is the card that Viscerai players are going like, oh, thank God our hero is playable. Like that's not what the hero needed. Now me, I'm an absolute horrible human being. I want Scletta back. I actively understand why it didn't come back, even though it probably should have came back.
Because here's the one thing I do say. I do think there was much less disruption, consistent disruption in the Metal Abysses on top. Like you had Ice Lexi that could get there, but like Ice Lexi didn't have the representation at the time. But like now it's just like every deck, even pieces of shit fucking Moonblade has disruption. So I do think like it wouldn't be as oppressive. Like yes, it could bang with Starvo. Being able to say you could bang with Starvo is big, but like Ice Lexi could bang with Starvo. It was hard, but you could do it. So like that as an argument doesn't really check for me personally. But like it's half a rune chant. It occasionally will help you just play like your ninth blades and stuff like sooner. Sure, whatever. We have Runic Reckoning. This is a one cost Runeblade action card. This was blocked for 3. This costs 1 less for each Runeblade rune chant you control. So if you can just control 1, it's obviously 0. And it's just a Nimblism, which is just fine. It's a Nimblism that gives half an embodiment. I keep saying embodiment, half a rune chant. Jesus Christ, I'm starting to get tired, guys. We'll try to. I don't want to rapid fire through the Levia cards because there's a lot. I'm available now. What do you mean you're available now? Are you home? Is that what you're saying? I don't know if you're saying you're home. I don't know if that's what that means. But let me catch my breath. How many Levia cards do we have to go through? How many rows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably total. Each row is 6. That's 30. So I have to go through 30 cards. Some of them are obviously rainbow, so it's a little bit less than that. But I can help with the video now. No, what I'm saying is, are you home, Zach? Are you home? If you're at work, I'm not. I was just gonna get you on Discord so you can actually talk about the Levy cards a little more than I can. But like, you are home. All right, guys, we're gonna have a special guest appearance. He's gonna carry the video. I'm just gonna be the guy that's like slouched in his chair, moments away from passing out of just being tired. This is what happens whenever you drive an hour and 40 minutes to work, and you work 10 to 12 hour shifts. It's all just pretty horrible. It's pretty horrible. So guys, before we get into the oof, making me do all the work. You're not gonna do all the work. You're just gonna do a large portion of it. Like obviously, I'm just gonna be more of a mediator while you actually talk about the cards. But we will follow my lead. I am the captain here. So guys, give me one moment, and we will talk about the Levia cards.
Hello, hello,
Hello. Hello.
hello.
All right. Why is this man's name Blasphemous? What the heck? Um. All right, guys. So I'm pretty much on my deathbed. What is this? Such a savage. I'll give it a watch after the armory. Yeah, that's true. Oh, that's because I said I said something to him. That's funny. Um. All right, guys. Let's see here. Just pretty much. Let me like mute. Like, I'm not gonna mute the stream. I don't care. Basically, like, I'm gonna screen share with you, and then we'll I'll just be more of like the mediator and keeping everything on track, and you'll be the guy like when I say this card's absolutely dog ass, you're gonna be like, but Isaac, you've never played Levia, and I'm like, oh well, you got a point there. All right, you can see my screen, yeah.
Yeah.
See the mouse?
Yep.
All right, guys. So oh, gotta change the thing back. Let's see here. All right, guys. I know I look like I'm on my deathbed right now, but just relax. All right, guys. We have brought a special guest in for the last bit because obviously the Levia hype is kind of insane. Obviously, I think no longer is she the worst hero in the game. I actually think she becomes quite relevant afterward. We do have a special guest. We have the boy Zach, aka Slipscreen. Whatever, dude. Introduce yourself to the public.
Hey guys, I'm Zach. Nice to finally be on the stream. I've been playing Levia for a pretty long time. I've been swapping in between Levia and Rhinar. I'm the resident brute player, and I'm really excited that the new cards just add so much playability. It's actually kind of insane what all the cards can do.
Yeah, you online. Definitely not Bolton cards. So real quick before we actually get into the cards, for people who don't know what Levy does, I don't blame a lot of people for not knowing. Levia is a Shadow Brute hero, obviously with 40 life. Levia says if a card with 6 or more attack has been put into your bandage zone this turn, cards you own lose blood debt. What is blood debt? Obviously, went over very shortly with the Runeblade cards, but blood debt pretty much says at the end of your turn, lose a life. And these are individual ticks. Obviously, for certain cards, the individual ticks could matter. Obviously, most people shortcut and just say, I take 5, but actually you take 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. We'll talk about relevant. So, obviously, the boy Strip Slam will be doing most of the heavy lifting here because he has been a person that has really been attuned with the Levy and the Levia playstyle. So I think he is more fit than anyone that I could talk to besides literally Mansant about these cards. So before we actually get into these cards, I do want to give this like a little bonus. So talk about the Levia playstyle and the Levia card pool before Dust on. Like, what do you think about it? Like, just talk to me about it.
So my thought on the playstyle, obviously, there's a few playstyles. There was actually one recently that topped at a event. Uh, Alan's list. If you don't know who I'm talking about, it's Mr. Joe Biden. Really long name, can't think of it all. It's like Joe Biden, Femboy Burger or something.
Yeah.
He actually went with a Levy list and managed to hit, I want to say top 8 or top 4 on a like completely no blood debt list. Uh, he was originally on a Rhinar list, but seen just the card pool that Levy also had, such as extra blue sixes, which is very important for most brutes. Then cards like Endless Maw was a big one. For those who don't know, Endless Maw is it's a 2-card 9. Set most of Levia's original card pool says as an additional cost, you banish 3 cards out of your graveyard at random. And if you hit a 6 attack, you get a additional effect for some of them. Endless Maw said get +3, and it came multicolored. So you would get a 9, 8, or 7 off, a 3. And then obviously you would turn off your blood debt through Levia's original effect. But his list was mainly revolving around Pummel, which is another way to play. And then you have Mansant's original way, which is all in on blood debt, focusing entirely on trying to just out tempo the opponent through low need for like big hands, because her original playstyle, it worked a lot better with a small hand than it would a bigger hand. So you could say fill up your graveyard and by blocking with 2 while keeping a blue, and say 2-cost attack or a 3-cost attack, and then throwing it right back at the opponent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, excellent, excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, and there's also all kinds of other ways you could play, like there's the recursion package, such as Howl from Beyond. For those who don't know, it's a 2-cost non-attack that can be played from banished. It is just a Shadow card. It's not Shadow Brute. It's not Shadow Runeblade. Just Shadow. Gives +3 to your next, I think, attack in general. So you would, tempo with those, and then fill your graveyard back up, and then you'd be able to play them on the next turn. Fill your graveyard back up. You'd get a loop going. that essentially to just outvalue the opponent.
Alright, I did have to turn you up a little bit. It's not on you. I think I had you a little bit too low. Hopefully, guys, for the people in live stream, the volume is a little bit better. But now that we got that, let's go into the cards. So, from my perspective, before we actually talk about the first card, what I think Leviat needed is I think she either needed to be able to solidify her mid game a little bit better. Because obviously, if she had a weak start, getting to that mid game, pretty much she didn't have one because she never actually had an early game. She's one of the few heroes that uh, does. I don't really think she had to go through all phases of the game, like early, mid, late, because of how much setup and how much the totality of her board mattered. So if she just had a really bad early game, it kind of went into a really bad mid game, and it was like really hard for her to recover. So either just extra ways to strong blood debt, so you just don't giga die, or just ways to just say like, I now have tempo, or I just need either absolutely large numbers, kind of like she already had. For a lot of people who don't know, the reason why I think in Monarch Limited, like Levia is going to absolutely just remix everyone once everyone learns how to play, is if you just kind of like what Zach said earlier, if you just look at the Levia cards, you're just like, wait, why is this a thing? Like you're like, what's the downside of this hero? Because obviously the hard part of the cards are ensuring that you have cards in your graveyard. But obviously, playing cards gets cards in the graveyard. Discarding cards gets cards in there. Blocking with cards gets cards in there. Like, there are ways to get cards in the graveyard. That was never the issue. It was just like, how long does this thing work before it just doesn't? Like, am I forced to block out one turn? I take 10, and I just lose too much value. Like, that was the issue. But I do think, obviously, a lot of these cards do fix that card, and we'll start with the first card. We have Hellhammer. Hellhammer is a Shadow Brute weapon, two-handed hammer. Once per turn action, pay 2, attack. When the combat chain closes, if this card attacked, banish it. So first of all, I think this card's insane because this is a way to strong blood debt from the equipment zone, which I think is very, very interesting. What do you think about this card?
I think it's really good. You know, this is another thing that Levia actually needed was on an off turn, a surefire way to actually turn off blood debt. And like this is kind of like in a way just an extra layer of defense, and it's still a 6 attack. You know, it's hard to just say no to 6 a lot of the time, depending on what deck you are and what state of the game you're in. Like this, like say in the late game, like if we had this before any of the other cards, by itself, it's okay, but it just really assists like survivability, which is what Levia really struggles with.
Right.
Like it's the mere fact that you have one off turn. Before you take 15 and you're at like 5 life to your opponent's like say 15 to 20, which is so bad.
I mean, it also kills. Like, obviously, this isn't the reason to play the card, but like, if Dromai continues to be relevant for whatever reason, this just kills all the dragons. What this also does is just kills all of Prism's allies with one go. Which, not that the other weapons couldn't do that. This is conditional. No matter what, it's not dead. It's like, oh, I need to discard a card, or man, for some reason, I hit a Spectre card, so it never actually attacks, so I don't get the effect. It's always 6, no matter what. It's always 6, and always turns off the blood debt because the combat chain will close at some point, no matter what you did. So you're guaranteed to turn off blood debt at some point on demand, and I think that's pretty good. It's also 6, which is not bad. All right, this card I'm like. I can't properly write this card. We have Spoiled Skull. This is a Shadow Brute headpiece. Has blood debt, action, pay red, banish this. This is the cost. Target 3 action cards with different names in your banish zone and choose one at random. You may play it this turn, go again, has Arcane Barrier 1. First of all, why the fuck does it have Arcane Barrier? Just fuck me, I guess. I'm just never allowed to have fun with my Kano deck. And so, what's this top of it? Because obviously we know Arcane Barrier is really good. But talk to me about this top ability. What do you think about this top ability?
Can you say that again? About the what?
Obviously, we know the Arcane Barrier is really good, because fuck me, I guess. I'm not allowed to have fun with Kano. But talk to me about this top ability, because I think this top ability is really where a lot of it's going to determine, because there's actually a lot of good headpieces that Brute can play, not only in class but in generic. So why would you want to play this card over another card like, I forget the one that says you can discard a card and draw a card? That's AB2, I think, or something like Crown of Providence, or something like. Why would you play this card over something else?
Well, one of the main things, this is another kind of, in a way, a surefire way to turn off Blood Debt. Because that was the main reason for Crown of Providence. You're only really playing Skullhorn and, say, the Wizard matchup, because, AB2. You weren't using the effect on, to, draw a card, discard card. Unless you're Rhinar, because he can actually fully use that. So the thing with this card, it pretty much gives you another surefire way to not only get a graveyard card back, but also turn off Blood Debt again, because you get to play that card. The whole point of Crown of Providence was to try and do something with an all-red hand that you couldn't before. But this will at least allow you to, play from your from your banish zone, and say, because most of the time you're gonna need 3 red cards if it's really bad to, use this. But you get to a for sure card that you can play. Like, most of Levia's attacks are 2 costs. Most of them. And then there's 1 3 cost, and then there's 1 cost. So if you get lucky, you can still have an arsenal with a Boneyard Marauder being the target of this card, while still turning off Blood Debt. Or at least that's how I see the card, is what they're trying to do with this. Or at least that's my opinion. I still think you play Crown most of the time, though, because you actually get way more defense off Crown, which can matter super hard. Not to mention, you can also put your red 6s back at the bottom and use them later. That way you're not fully dead in the end game. At least, by itself anyways. So I could definitely see this card getting played.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not against Wizard, per se, because, AB1 plus, say, an Olrune, that's only AB2. You're not going to be able to do a lot against that.
Maybe against Runeblade?
Maybe against Runeblade. I could see that.
I just can't wait for the first person, whenever I post this video, be like, but it helps against fatigue. No, it doesn't stop that. Literally stop. Literally all of you stop. That's not how fatigue works. Literally stop. But yeah, I agree with you on most of it. I do think that it has value, but I do think other headpieces, mostly Crown, just offers too much value for what the plan originally is. But obviously there is some merit to playing this card. I thought there was another one, but it might just be a generic Brute. So we have our first action card. This is a Shadow Brute attack action called Diabolic Offerings. Costs 1. It's a blue block, or attack, who knows. If a card with 6 or more attack has been put into your bench on this turn, Diabolic Offerings attack and defense both are 6. Otherwise, they're 0. Has Blood Debt. So offer it. If you turn off Levia, this is probably one of the better cards that you could just play. I don't know how much access you have to go again outside of obviously Art of War and god dang it, leg piece. Oh wow, it's blanking. Scabskins, yeah. Like I'm talking with not the card itself, but like giving something go again or action points. If there were more ways besides those cards to give go again, I think this card would be absolutely sick. Because obviously, kind of like I said, a lot of the cards in Levia cost 2. Being able to do this into something else, or even a weapon attack, at worst, is just like sick. Like let's say you roll your legs and you roll a 4 and you get 2 action points, and you were able to like turn off blood debt like through some other manner. You could throw this and then your weapon for 12, and that's just sick. And you only pitched a single card to do it, and that's absolutely amazing. Um, what say you, soldier?
So the on this, it's gonna be super niche. However, not impossible to do because there's a lot. Like most lists now run Art of War, not only because it can help you extend, but it also turns off blood debt.
Mm.
That's one of the main reasons Art of War gets played.
Oh,
You banish a 6
oh wow.
to draw 2 cards, which would turn this on, and then you give something go again. Then there's also other cards like one of the main cards that you probably play this with is Dread Screamer.
Yeah.
It is a 2 cost. It says banish 3 random cards from your graveyard. If you hit a 6 attack when you play it, from the banish, Dread Screamer gains go again. So pitch a blue, Dread Screamer, banish 6, and now Diabolic Offering's turned on, and Dread Screamer is coming in for 6 go again. Then you can come in for another 6.
The
That
3
is
mana
a
12.
large play.
The 3 mana 12, the classic. Everyone does that, right? Everyone pitches 3 swings for 12. Just control dash. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, no, that's absolutely amazing. Like, I didn't even think of interactions like that. Like, that's truly just like giga efficient. That's actually just insane. That's all I could say is just like, wow, wow.
Right.
That's 12.
Like, there's actually plenty of ways in Levia to get go again, besides rolling for action points.
Right. Wow.
And that's why I think this is really good. Not to mention, if you hit the requirement, this is technically a blue 6 still, which can be really good. Another thing, its values will stay that way, like in general. It says that its attack and defense become that. So it'll also be a 6 attack while in your graveyard if you meet.
Oh, true, because it doesn't say what zone that it's in. It just, oh wow, yeah, that's super true.
So if you're playing cards that rely on you banishing the 6s, say more cards that banish from your graveyard, which the main ones will be, like I said before, Dread Screamer, Endless Maw. The other one is shoot, can't think of the name on the top of my head. Give me just a second. I gotta look it up.
Typical brute players don't even know their cards. Let's go wizard players. We know what Aetherize does. Let's go. It's Ash Blossom. It's not Ash Blossom. It's not.
Writhing Beast. That was the other one.
Big true.
Like I said before, Endless Maw is a +3, Dread Screamers go again, and Beast Hulk, which would be a game finisher, gains Dominate on its banish. So you can. Oh, I guess I'm still quiet.
I guess.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. You're at 160%.
I can't help my voice is so deep. I apologize to the chat.
No, fuck the chat, bro. Here, I'll give him 180, but that's you guys are gonna play this too loud at some point, so I'll give him 180 and that's it. All right, so wow, I thought it was Shadow, but that's definitely Shadow and Death Hydra. This is a yellow 6 cost, 13 attack. I thought only Brute could, not Brute. I thought only Guardian could do that, but hey, maybe I'm wrong. Block 3. It says when this attacks, it does X damage to you, where X is 13 minus the number of cards with Blood Debt in your banish zone. So what you're telling me is, Zach, help me out here. If you have exactly 13 cards in your Blood Debt, this is just a 6 for 13.
That is correct.
Yeah, fuck this game, bro. This game fucking sucks. What the fuck?
So there's a lot of speculation about this card. There's actually a lot of good things you can do with this. one of the main things is Tear Limb from Limb. For those who don't know, it's a 2-cost blue that says draw a card and discard a card, or at random, anyways. If you discard a 6 attack or higher, that value of the attack that got discarded gets added to your next attack.
Oh God.
So you could possibly give something plus 13 and just completely ignore the first paragraph of Death Hydra.
So what you're telling me is if you Blood Rush Bellows into that card into a Savage Beatdown, you know, the 12, is that just a 3 mana 25?
27.
Okay, you
If
know
you-
what? Okay, know what, Zach? Thanks for making it 27. Really just helped me out there.
The reason why 27 is because Blood Rush Bellows still buffs the Savage.
F you, kid. You know what, Zach? Run the show for us. All right, I'm gonna put the. I'm gonna put.
Well, hold
run here. Yeah,
Wait.
back on this card. Back. You run the show. I'm just gonna come back. Cause what the f is that shit, dude? Run the show for us.
There's also other things that you can do with this card. One of the main things that I've, or at least heard about, this can also be a enabler for the legendary. Oh, you left your chair.
Yeah.
This
Run the show for us, Zach. Run the show.
Hey man, brute players are secretly mathematicians.
Yeah. 27 damage. Yeah, seems fair.
You need a lot of setup for it, but it's not impossible.
The gaslighting is insane.
Anyways, a lot of people are saying that this could still be a enabler for the new legendary that we'll get into later. Which honestly it actually is, because this is Pulverize at home. But unfortunately, you don't get to turn off Blood Debt when you actually play this card. That's the only real bad part about it, but the new legendary completely makes up for it. We'll get into that later. Can you come back?
Fucking, I hate this game so much. I'm making the long walk back. I've literally been in my kitchen pacing back and forth, just fathoming why you swing for 27, I swing for 3.
Brood only has numbers, to be fair.
Well, here's the issue with that. I start at 40. Alright, well, now that is just... wait. I can just kill someone in Blitz. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Wait, oh god, thank God.
Someone in Blitz.
Oh, thank God KO's not Shadow. What the dude? Alright, now I'm back to Tilted Isaac, because what the dude? Alright, Slithering Shadow P. This is a 1 mana red, 6 cost, no block. Dun dun dun. If this was banished from your hand this turn, keyword from your hand, you may play this from your banish zone. Am I bad at thinking this is just ass unless you play Art of War?
There's other cards you can play. One of the main things to also try and remember, you can still play this card. Just not from your banish zone.
I misread the card.
Yeah, you can still play it in general, just not from the banish zone. So this is still a 1 for 6.
Yep, and I hate it. Thanks. Thank you.
And more to that, there's actually, I think it's not the next card. It's 2 cards over. It combos really well with it. No, next one. Yeah, that one.
Oh my god, why does it have to go again?
So that's pretty much what this card's real purpose is for, along with another card that comes out later. I feel like this card's okay. I don't think it's amazing. I think it will see play because, like you were saying, Art of War, banish it from hand, and you can play it from your banish zone. So not only does it turn off Blood Debt, it fills up Graveyard. Uh, Lots of good playability, but obviously it needs to line up. That's the only real downside about this card. You need to have it line up perfectly, which that's something Brute has to do a lot, given a lot of the cards.
Mm-hmm. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the bad card, or the bad part of it.
The worst part about
don't
that
say no
card,
block. Don't say don't block. Don't you do it. Don't do it.
oh, hold on, that's not what I was saying. That is one of the bad parts, but it's not the worst part. The worst part is, as I was saying, it needs to line up. If it doesn't line up, it is only a 1 for 6. It doesn't turn off Blood Debt by itself, which is one of the main things that makes it, bad to an extent. Not horrible, but bad. And then, like you said, it don't block. That's really bad in the game, especially right now with how often block has to happen. Like, say, against Lexi, if this is in your hand, what do you do whenever they throw 18 at you?
Mm-hmm. I do think that, at least in the hyper early game, like before Blood Debt becomes a massive issue, obviously I don't like putting randomness into my evaluation cards. But if we look at Scabskin Leathers, you have more chances to get 2 action points than any other action point. Because obviously for people at home, like obviously 1 and 2 get 1, 6 gets 3, but 3, 4, and 5 all get 2. So on average, you're gonna get 2 action points.
That is incorrect.
I'm sorry.
2 and 3.
Oh yeah, because it rounds down because it's only 1.
Down.
Yeah, hey guys, I've been up for 12 hours. I hate all of you. I'm just tilted, and tilted Isaac can't do math.
There is still a good chance of still getting more than 1 action.
Correct, and
it's a better chance than getting no action point.
Correct, and I still even think that, like, even if you roll Scabskin Leathers and you get a 1, like, you can probably still just throw this and be like, cool, still dealt 6. Because what were the meta that we were turning into, besides specifically Lexi, because Lexi was a piece of shit deck, is we were into that value mid range, like with 2 for 5, 2 for 6, 2 for 7, like very efficient hands were where we were at. And this technically is there, but obviously I don't know if you guys would run Tunic. Would you guys be running Tunic in this meta before I actually say my next thing, or what would you be running as a chess piece?
For me, I think it depends on the build entirely. Like, or at least before all the new cards came out.
Mm-hmm.
One of the main ones that comes to mind is, in fact, Tunic, because Brute really likes to cost card. So if you pitch a blue and have 1 floating, that's a pummel play. If you're playing pummels, that if you roll decently, you can attack with a weapon for 4 or 5 based on your build. There's a lot of possibilities. But given how the meta currently is, I think Carrion Husk is too good of an equipment not to run.
That's extremely fair. I guess it's extremely fair. I guess where I was going is like, in a world where you would run Tunic, and a build, I think this card is literally just an all-star. Just being like a 0-hand 6, kind of stupid. I don't know who thought that was okay when Bolton goes like, all right, I'll hit you for 1. All right, your turn. And yes,
totally agree.
And yes, chat, I'm gonna keep making Bolton comments because I'm salty and I'm also tired and angry. So you guys can't do anything about it. But to the next card, we have Explosive Diarrhea, or Expendable Limbs. This is a blue 0 cost, block 4 defense action. Hold on, did I hear defense action? You guys already know, hey, I already got a control levy ability and it just got a little bit better. This says additional cost, banish a random card from your hand. If the card from your hand was a 6 or more, is banished this way. You may play it from your banish zone next action phase. So really, most people would be like, why lose a card from my hand? Okay. This only really matters in card disadvantage, is depending on two things. One, the cost of the card if you're unable to play it. For some reason, it had Blood Debt, well, because then you just take damage for no reason. Or, hello?
Hello.
I heard a
You?
I heard a beeping from my hand, and I was just like, wait, what?
No, I didn't. I didn't say anything. I'm sorry.
No. I heard a beeping in my headset. I think my headset's about to die.
Oh.
Give me 1 second. Here, you can talk about this car while I plug in my headset.
Okay. So expendable limbs, I think, is a really good defense reaction. I don't think you'd play 3 of it. I feel like that's too much because even reckless swing, the usual brute defense reaction, most decks don't play 3 because 3 is overkill. Not to mention it's actually defense negative. The reason why you played reckless swing is because it can win games, but you don't want to see it all the time. This is kind of like sort of the same reason because this is still technically also defense negative. However, it does add some things like this is also another lineup card. Being able to just, you know, make up for it banishing a 6-tack by playing that 6-tack is pretty decent. It's not amazing, but it's better than discarding a 6 and not getting much value out of it. Or at least that's how, I see it. I think this might be 1, at most a 2.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. I guess the point I was getting to, and I agree with everything you said there, is just obviously if you can't pay for the card. Also, the other thing, because mind you, you're losing 2 cards to play this. If you're not, and we're saying it's not from Arsenal, 2 can play this. So now, the card that you banish has to have the ability to banish cards, or the cards from your hand have to have the ability to banish cards, or you just lose too much life. And now,
Yeah.
obviously, if your numbers are just gross, if you're just swinging for 27, because, I guess, if you're just swinging for 27, it's fine. But, like, if you're not going to have a really good next turn, you need to have a really good next turn, like 2 turns from now, or this card was just pointless. Like, you would just rather play Fate or Sink. Now, the argument for some people might be, well, you're feeding your banish zone for whenever you play the new card that's coming out. And I could see that angle, but I don't think that's the reason you would want to play this card. Is, oh, I feed my redacted card that's coming up later. I think
There
you.
is, however, one other thing that works really well with this. It's the new card, Diabolic Offering.
That is true.
Because if you block with Diabolic Offering and block with this and you hit a 6-tack, you are now blocking for 10 from 2 cards. Technically 3, because you're offset banishing the card. But you still get to play that if it's a 6-tack. So you are technically plusing in block, because most of the time if you block with 3 cards, it's not. But that, like I was saying before, it's all about lining up. And that, at that point, would be like late game after you've pitch stacked, that kind of play. But otherwise, expendable limbs, at most, 1 of, maybe 2. But that really depends on your build.
I agree. So, Zach, question for you.
Yes.
So, for what reason did they plant blue red blood rush bellows? Can you break it down for me? Why they print blue red rush bellows? That probably pluses, by the way, because of how Levia could now work, possibly. Break it down for
So,
us.
like we've all been talking about, Levia's main thing is turning off Blood Debt entirely. That is the whole point of this card. Yes, it is a blue, which makes it amazing. And yes, it blocks 3, which makes it also amazing. But the main thing is that you're banishing cards to get rid of Blood Debt. And yes, there are some buffs that come with it. Because if you were reading, you get a new card for every Blood Debt card you banish through this card. That already is amazing. That's a new hand. Because all of Levia's cards are Blood Debt cards. Just about. Almost every single one. But then they added the clause, your attacks, Brute or Shadow, get plus X for every 6 or more attack banished this one. That's not your next, it's your attacks for the turn. So this is literally Blood Rush Bellows for Levia.
Thank God it doesn't say discard, by the way. Because if it said discard and then claws were turned on, it might just be wraps.
Oh yeah. If this turned on claws by itself, Levia would like that alone would turn Levia into a fucking monster. That thought is insane. There was also a lot of talk for people who aren't in the Discord. Oh, 1 second.
Typical Shadow Brute player is always delaying. Typical. Well, why he's coming back? You guys enjoying the bonus? Person, obviously, if it was just me, I'd be acting a little salty right now, just because obviously I don't get to have fun. Because just look at these cards, and then look at these cards. Like there's no comparison, and this world just hates me for some reason. Still trying to figure out what I did wrong. Also, I'm about to get like 0 sleep for work. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be absolutely great. By the way, Charles, I don't know how long you're timed out for. I'm gonna be honest. I have 0 clue about any of this. What is this? This is all gonna be part of the live stream, by the way. What is this? Hey, let's go. Yeah, you could be timed out for like 10. Oh, you're back. Hey, you're back. Hey, by the way, you've been modded. Congratulations. You being modded was an apology for me clapping your message. Oh, for 300 seconds? Oh, that's funny. Well, congratulations on your mod status. What will you do with your newfound power, Mr. Kumo Kas? What shall you do? But right now he's just. I do probably want to move this a little bit forward, just because I do have to go to bed soon. So let's talk about the next card. Talk about Ram Raider. Ram Raider is a 2-call, 6 power attack. Block 3 says dish call, spend your card from your hand. Obviously, this really just feeds into being able to craft specific hands to get rid of blood debt. Says if a card with 6 more was banished this way, this gets go again. Obviously, this goes into other things that if you have like 1 cost stuff to pair with this, or if you have tunic and other stuff, you can really get into some very absolutely sick, nasty plays. And I am not here for any of it because this world hates me. It does come in red, yellow, and blue. Next, we have Wallbreaker. Wallbreaker, what is this? Look at this fist, by the way. Hey, I imagine this fist was coming at you. Hey. This is a 2-mana 6 power attack. Again, man, if you're just playing illusionist, you just hate your life, I guess. It says if you've managed a card with 6 or more, this card gains overpower. I will continue to say overpower is the most useless keyword in the whole entire game, and it will never not be. It is probably worse than contract, and contract is absolutely horrible. You cannot convince me otherwise. It does have blood debt. This also becomes in red, yellow, and blue.
Hello.
Next, hello. Is this a Zach?
Yeah, this is Zach.
All right. You're all good. I've just been molding over like your card's been better than mine. Currently, we are on Shadow and Scream. If you're still able to see my screen, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're on Shadow Scream. This is a brute action. This is a zero cost card. Blocks for 3. As initial cost, you may banish a random card from your hand. So this kind of goes into the last 2 cards that we talked about, where you can intentionally craft hands to always make sure this is playable. Not that there's going to be a lot of misses, but just in the world where there are misses, you can craft that. It says your next battle or shoot attack this turn gets +5, and it is rainbow, so it is 5, 4, and 3. This seems slightly gross. Not a fan. I don't understand why I just get to die every turn, and all you have to do is banish a random card from your hand. So, as I haven't got to say for 2 cards, go ahead and break this down for me, Zach. Why does this world hate me?
That I don't know. But as for the card, I think this is also just because brute is brute. It is another lineup card. The reason why I say that is because it costs 0 to do this. Yes, it buffs your next any of your attacks, but if you want to get true value out of this, you want to try and do it when you have a decent amount of cards in your hand. The bet if this actually had costed 1, I feel like this would have been a lot more usable, because then you could pitch a blue to activate, have 2 floating, and then you'd have +5 on your next attack. Then there's also a Shadow Pete from before. If it's banished from your hand, you can play it from your banish.
Mm-hmm.
Lines up pretty well with that.
Oh,
But at the same time,
gross.
it lines up. However, the +5 for 0 is insane,
A little bit.
because, like I said before, it's just attack, not attack action. So your next, anything brute or shadow gets a +5.
Dude, at worst, it's a blue block 3 that's an embolism. That's the worst that it is. Is a blue
Exactly.
block 3. Like, come on, bro. What are we doing? What
Not to
are we
mention,
doing?
this can also really help out with Hexagore, because
Sure.
it's another way to try and fast forward your blood debt a little bit, to try and get to that key number of 6. For those who don't know, 6 is usually the perfect number of blood debt, especially if you're on, say, a Hexagore. Hexagore is, if it didn't have the deal damage to yourself clause, it would be probably the best weapon in the game, because it would be a 2 for 6 every time. But that would be too brutal. So they have the clause: you need blood debt, or you're gonna deal 6 minus the number of cards of blood debt in your banish zone. But Chat and Scream also buffs Hexagore, so it could be a 2 for 11, a 2 for 10,
Yay! Woo!
Woo!
I unironically think the new cards make Epot and Levia kind of nice. Like, I don't think it's a card that
I
you
agree.
probably would explore
I
before, but
fully
like,
agree with that.
yeah, I think it's pretty sick. This card doesn't care about Epot, but it's still pretty solid. Battlefield Breaker. This is another rainbow card, so this is 7/6/5. Unfortunately, that blue just barely missed a popper in the 6, but I think that's going to be okay. So it says if you have banished a card with 6 or more this turn, this gets +1. It's just a 3 for 8 if you turn off your blood debt. So I don't think you can complain about that. Like, yes, just damage, but that's all Levy has ever been about, is just saying you're dead.
That is true. So if you've noticed, they actually have taken a lot of ideas from Reinhardt's original cards. This one is actually based off Riled Up.
Ah, yeah. Riled Up,
Yeah, the only difference is this one's banishing, while the other one was discard. And the card that you looked at earlier, the Ram Raider, the Go Again, that one is Breakneck Batter. So you have, which is the card that comboed really well with Centipede
Right.
or Shadow.
Yes, yes, yes.
So it'd be, another 3 card 12.
I do think a funny thing that we've seen with Brute is I think we start off by going, "Wow, Levia card's so broken. Why would you play Reinar?" And then you realize it just dies. So you're like, "Levia has a better card pool, but Reinar doesn't kill himself, so we play Reinar." And then they're like, "Hey, why don't we just give Levia a way to not kill herself, and then she gets to keep her good cards and get the good Reinar cards?" And it's just like now we've just come full circle again, and now we're just like, yeah, Levia card's just broken.
Yeah, a lot of Levia's cards right now are just insane.
Oh,
This is also a pretty good one.
yeah, and for some reason you just have Miraging Metamorph for some unfathomable reason. I mean, no go again, thank God, but hey, it's still 1 for 7. That's not bad.
So the thing with this card is, like you said, it is a 1 for 7. But Levia has all kinds of ways to still fully use this. As you were talking about before, Scout Skin Leathers. If you roll high enough, this can essentially have Go Again to an extent. And 1 for 7 is an amazing rate. Truly amazing rate. And it is also another yellow 6 because this one's based off of Savage Swing. It's literally just shade and swing that. And banish instead of discard. I don't think it'll get much play because Savage Swing already doesn't get a lot of play. But I do think it's a decent card because it's still a yellow 6. So it helps with cost curve, which is what Brutes typically try and focus on for the most part. Like, heck, there's actually a lot more blues Levia wants to play now, so I'm actually curious to see, what all will actually get played in most lists. And I want to see what Levia does competitively. I don't think this will see competitive play, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like I get what you mean like that. Like it's good enough to where like it could probably tiptoe and make it into a list, but it's not like the first card you write down. It's like one of the last main deck cards you would write down if you even write it down.
Right.
Oh boy, why I don't understand why you. And here's a 2 for 8, ladies and gentlemen, because say it with me, fuck Isaac. All right, so we have a 2 for 8, and it is rainbow. So at worst you have a kind of a 2 for 6. But like not really. At least like when attack's 2 for 6, but obviously it's not a true 6. But I still think a card like this, because of the close that it gets +2, it becomes a better rate. I could still see the blue being played. Obviously the red is just what the fuck. But even the blue, I don't think is too bad here for Tribute Demolition. What it does, guys, it's a 2 cost. It is a 6/5/4. So obviously only the red is a popper or a 6 for Levia. Says as additional cost to play this card, banish a random card from your hand, following a theme here. If a card with 6 or more is banished this way, this gets +2, so it becomes 8. Well, sorry, I just died for like 5 seconds. 8/7/6. So, do you think this card could get played here? What do you think?
I definitely think that this could see play, only because of the fact that it is, like you said, is a 2 for 8. Brutes, like I stated earlier, they love their 2 cost cards. It doesn't matter, like, how playable a lot of people think they are. You have to think from a brute perspective. You can do a lot with a 2 cost 6 attack. Like, let's see, one of the main things, like one of the main plays I've actually seen in top play, this is from a Reinhardt perspective, rolling just to try and get some extra damage through claw, and then swinging with, say, a 2 cost attack like Command and Conquer. Oh, 1 sec, they came back.
Absolutely applicable. Alright, so kind of to piggyback off, it says just in case it doesn't make it back. Brute has a lot of secretly good cost efficiency. that a lot of people don't really see. Like they'll just say this and be like, "It's just a 2 for 8." It was like, okay, from the card pool of Brute, how good is that compared to the card pool? And then really think about the rate of damage that the average card brings. Like obviously, again, the only actual popper, the only actual 6 is the red. But think about the blue here. Like if you're telling me the worst blue in my deck is still a 2 for 6, block 3, that's still really good.
Yeah.
That's still really good.
Because you also have to think, Levia's cards, they are double-edged swords. Every card with Blood Debt is a double-edged sword. It'll have great stats, but it can still kill you in the long run if you're not careful.
100%. Alright, next we have another, and this will be the last shadow card. Guys, we made it through. First of all, I want to say before we get to the last card, if you guys have been here for the actual live stream of this, obviously we do have a few more cards, but I mean, we do have a few more cards. But for obviously the main portion of the Shadow Brew, guys, if you guys have been here for the whole entire live stream, I appreciate you guys. You guys are the ones that make me wanting to come back and film content. If you guys are new to the live stream, hopefully you guys see this kind of live stream and stay for the education and just the insight, because I know obviously there's going to be a lot of competitions coming the next couple weeks that people are going to be really wanting to know how good these cards are. So obviously this is your first stop for that. So we have Tribute to the Legions of Doom. This is a 3-cost 7/6/5. So we have 2 cards being banishable and turn off the Blood Debt. And this says, if you banish a 6 or more, it gets +2. So pretty much the exact same card, but obviously +1 mana, but obviously +1 attack. So we have 9, 8, 7. So obviously, again, you're trading 1 resource for 1 damage. And I do think this is a concession that you're maybe okay with making. Obviously, kind of like we said earlier, we might be running some extra blues in the Brute deck. So something like this hurts a little bit less than it might have otherwise would. So, do you think this is about on par as the last card? Better or worse? What do you think?
I think the Tribute is actually a really good card. Or this could be biased, because I love Levia. It's one of the first heroes I really tried to really get into, try to make good. But a 3 for 9, it could be a really big game changer, especially depending on like what kind of build you're running. I think the previous card is better than this one, only because it's a 2-cost, and you could do a lot more with a 2-cost than a 3-cost. So, like, the biggest difference between this and, say, Endless Maw, Endless Maw doesn't require you to banish from your hand. It takes 3 from your graveyard. So it actually becomes a 2-card number. This, however, requires you to banish from your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes it a 3-card 9. That's actually pretty average, because say like a regular 5-turn could be like 3/3/3 or 4/3/3, but 3 damage per card, pretty much. That's pretty much what this translates to. But there are ways to still turn things on, such as Art of War to buff it, still have some floating. Give it go again. That's another good one. And then, it's this and the previous card that make me really think about Shadow Key. Mainly the previous one, because it's more, it actually works better with your costs. Because, you'll still have 1 floating if you pitch blue. This one, you don't. This one would be, like, if you want my opinion on this card specifically, I think it will get played in, say, like a pummel version that doesn't want to go into very big Blood Debt.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to try and combo really well.
I do understand.
And hopefully Bolton gets a card where it says if you transform into Levia this game, your cards become 3 for 9s. But obviously that's just a little wishful thinking. Alright, guys, so we're going to skip the obvious one we're going to talk about. We will talk about a few more cards before that. Just be a little bit patient. Unfortunately, there's 74 freaking shadow cards. Thankfully, they're all rainbow, so it won't take 2 hours to get through because should have been bed 2 hours ago. But hey, this is what we live for, baby. This is what we're here for. So, starting off, we have Shadow Darkness. This is a Shadow Equipment headpiece. It has Blood that says if your hero would be dealt damage, you may manage just to prevent 2 of that damage. So obviously this is more of another line, kind of like the light line. We've seen the light line have a very similar thing where they had to obviously banish a card from soul, but that was fine. This stuff has blood debt, so while it does prevent 2 now, it could stack up into lots of damage later dealt to you, but that is the trade you're making for not having to really work for blocking damage. Like I said, I think if it went to the graveyard, obviously it would probably just be broken. And I even mean saying that just as one-offs. Like it's
I
good.
actually fully agree with that.
Yeah, because then you'd have banished fodder.
Yeah, you'd have banished fodder. Not to mention, like from previously in the stream, I think the ward equipments should have been like this. You may choose to activate the ward to block.
Yeah.
But as it stands, I think for like generic shadow equipment, I think these actually work pretty well, only because they block any form of damage. So they can also block arcane.
Yep.
Which can be really helpful in the long run, say against a wizard matchup, because Kano can just blow up your face.
Man,
out of nowhere.
It'd be really awkward if I side 3 of these in against Kano, and I'm just like, hey, at no cost, prevent 6, and then like that meme where it's like the one of those smiling yellow faces, and he's like ah, and he like explodes. Like you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay, chat. Hopefully, Editor Isaac puts it on the screen right now. It's like that meme where it's just like the Kano just goes like, "Hey, throw out for 6 damage," and you're like, "I'm gonna banish these 3 cards. I take 0." And then and then you're just sitting there laughing in the Kano's face while he just like sat for 43 turns trying to figure out what he was going to do. Mind you, Kano player saying this, by the way. Yeah, F my life. So first actual card. Enjoy the art, by the way. Dabble in Darkness. I might want to dabble in whatever this person's feasting on. Looks like a nice little fresh heart. This is a 0 cost. Is this rainbow? This is not rainbow. This is a 0 cost shadow attack. So pure shadow. So we do have some Chain of Vincent kind of gotten in there too. It says when this attack is banished the top card of your deck. This gets -X, where X is the pitch value of the card banished this way. Obviously, in a more redline deck, this turns into a 4. But obviously, if you are running a good amount of blues, you do have the chance to get 2. It is literally just Ravenous Rabble with probably just disgusting upside in a deck like Chain. I don't know why this here's what people need to understand. Let me just break down a turn for you. Activate Chain, Dabble in Darkness, and then all of a sudden you're just like, wow, cool. So just by existing, I just fuck my opponent up by attacking for 0, coming in for let's just say 4, then plussing because I attacked. Create a Soul Shackle, which will boost my future turns, and then played, could have a merit of cards from the Banish Zone that are just absolutely insane cards. Still have 3 more cards in my hand, by the way. Oh, what's your life total? Yeah, that's just a typical turn. I know I only said 1 card, but realistically, the other cards just don't matter. Like, you just get too much bonus off of this. Like, I don't know who thought this card was okay. It certainly wasn't me. I didn't say it was okay. Clearly, someone just hates Bolton because Bolton doesn't get to have this card. Like, what if Bolton said when this attacks, turn into Chain and actually be a playable hero? But you don't see that because me, by the way. So what do we think about this? Do you think this is actually playable in Levia? Since we're focusing typical on Levia?
So personally, I could see utility in it, but I don't think it'd be like the first card you put in, obviously, because like you said, it is literally Shadow Rabble. It's literally a Shadow Rabble. But you still have the potential to come in for 4. It doesn't have Go Again, which is pretty sad. But it still turns off Blood Debt potential.
Yeah.
Which I think is one of the main reasons why they made this card, question mark? Honestly, I feel like, if you want my opinion, I think this is like, this set's gore belting. At least for Levian.
The old gore belching. Makes sense.
Now, if you play the card like Rouse the Ancients with the gore belching, I think gore belching would be decent, but
gross.
Yeah, but I feel like I think with Chain, it's a pretty decent card. For Levia, it's like a emergency try and turn off Blood Debt situation.
Yeah, I 100% do agree with that. And because, like, also, even though obviously the big part is what we pushing, turning off Blood Debt, I don't think you're going to be like, blanch the 2 by turning off Blood Debt, value. I think you're still obviously going to want to be more of a red line deck, because obviously you'd want this to hit for something. Obviously, I don't think a 0 for 2 is where you want to be at. Because, like, I don't think you want to add this card just to say, yeah, I can profit Blood Debt, when you could just have better ways to profit Blood Debt, while also, like, just doing something better. Speaking of something better, so why did they just print a Magic card? I mean, it's not really a Magic card, but, like, you know a lot about this card in Magic. You fucking Tiny Bones player. So we have Chains of Mess Softly is a blue block 3. Don't care anything else about the card. Alright, next card. Okay, just kidding. It's a 0-cost Shadow Action Aura, so hey, maybe a little bit Prism involved, who knows, let's read it. It says you may play this from your Banish Zone. If you do, it enters the arena with a Doom counter. At the start of your turn, destroy this unless you remove a Doom counter. If a hero would draw a card during an action phase, instead they banish the top card of their deck, but they may play it this turn. So, realistically, the biggest thing we have to look at is how valuable is banishing the card from the top of the deck rather than being in their hand. So if they're looking to draw, obviously this can be a denial of resource. If like they were really looking for a blue, that's just a denial of resource. I think that's where the high end of this is, because obviously, like, if someone goes 3 of a kind, actually hold on. So if someone goes 3 of a kind, they banish the top 3. They can play it, but they can't load the arrows. Oh, hold on a second.
They can't play the cards drawn in general because they can only play from Arsenal.
Hold on. I think we might be cooking right now. Hold on.
I think this was made to be a counter towards Lexi for Levia. Because if you don't know, or at least for the people who are watching the stream, Levia will be able to use this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Because you banish it. Oh, wow.
You're banishing it, then you can play it. And it's also a free card, which means if you roll decent on, say, a Scabskin Leathers, you can play this and still attack.
And it's a blue block 3. What the fuck?
Blue block 3, cost 0. You know, I feel like this is actually a fully Alexi counter because they have so many things that just draw cards. They've got Ponder tokens. They've got 3 of a kind. They've got Art of War. You know, it's just massive value. This literally just says you no longer get that value, or at least with 3 of a kind for sure, and especially with Ponder token.
Oh my gosh! Zach, you know what deck this counters the most? Unironically, even though the deck doesn't matter. Brainstorm Kano specifically. The reason why it affects Brainstorm Kano is because one of the best cards in our deck is Sift. And Sift says you put cards from your hand on the bottom of your deck. If I don't have any cards from my hand, looks like I can't play on the bottom of my deck and draw more cards. Well, that fucking sucks, doesn't it?
Oh, so I actually just read it again, ponder token isn't affected by this because it
Yeah,
actually specifically
it's
during
in
the
turn.
action phase.
Yeah, it's in the turn. But even still, like, why do they just? I'm just gonna turn this into the Kano show. Why do they keep nerfing Kano? God, you know what? I don't even care anymore for this card. Uh, yeah, whatever this card is, I'm too tired to read it. You may play this from your band zone. If you do, it costs 2 less. Well, wouldn't you know? And that means that you can play this off a Tunic. Wouldn't that be awkward? Man, it'd be really weird if I was playing Bolton and you go Dimensional Vortex, banish that card from your arsenal, and I'm just like, wow, thanks, dude. That was my Lumina Ascension or my Aether Wildfire. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. And you're like, you're welcome. And
It's
I'm like,
also hard Lexi decks and Azalea decks.
dude, those decks are gone. Dude, they banned Brave Forge Bracers. Those decks are literally unplayable now. I fucking hate this game. I'm literally baby raging right. I'm literally baby raging. It's insane. It's mostly from being tired, but Jesus Christ, I hate this. I hate this place. All right,
Yeah.
but obviously, guys, like this card is quite impactful versus combo decks. Like that is clearly
Notably, it is not an instant. It is a full action, and it
correct.
does not have go again.
Correct.
So very niche things have to happen for this to really be effective? Question mark. Obviously, one of the best heroes to probably be able to use it is Levia, only because she can constantly use it, and she can also get extra action points to be able to use it. But that's kind of like my standpoint on the card. I honestly don't think it'd be like a massive play. At most, a one of, and that's only against like some archetypes. Like
Yeah.
I don't think you put this in against Briar. I don't think you put this in against Phi. Heck, maybe even Katsu.
Yeah, those they can spell 4-card
they-
hands.
Because this is technically a different form of CNC, but those decks usually played around CNC anyways, but not even having an arsenal to begin.
Yeah, Control Dash don't care. That's one deck on the. I got a deck on the board, guys. One deck on the board that doesn't care. We did it. Oh, Mark Poole, by the way. I'm about to get this signed, my boy. Next, we have another Rambo card, and we are winding down, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, guys, if you guys enjoyed the live stream, please, like, rate, subscribe, and come back. We do weekly live streams. I am fully back, probably, maybe, perhaps, maybe. We have Hungering Demigod. This is a 2-cost 6, so another popper, and a 6 for Levia. If an opposing hero has one more card in their soul, you may play this from your banish zone. When this hits a hero, banish a card from their soul. Man, if only it wasn't pummelable. Oh, wait, it is. Okay, cool. Thanks. Thank you. It's another 2 for 6 for some reason, and I continue to wonder what I wake up each day.
Notably, it is only a shadow.
Yes, that is the thing.
Big note.
All heroes can technically play this and tell me to go fuck myself, not just Levia. That's cool. That's interactive. This game. Grimflesh, please don't tell me this screws me over.
It does not.
Should I play? Oh, okay, cool. So this card's absolutely horrible. Thank God.
Yes, this is actually probably the worst card printed. Because it's the same thing as Blessing of Salvation, which you want to pay 1 to gain 3 life. And not only that, it's an action without go again.
And if for some odd reason you can't pay for it, you just lost 1 for no reason.
Exactly. So, Grim Feast is probably one of the worst shadow cards to be printed in this set. Or at least in my opinion.
No way, this is a card.
Especially the blue copy.
Ain't no fucking way.
Why would you pay 1 to gain 1?
Ain't no way. Literally, someone at LSS was like, alright, guys, I got the card. I got the card to really fix Levia. Alright, you pay 1, gain 1, blood debt. Block 2. Fucking send it. Dude, you know what? That just lightened my spirits up. I feel so much better now. That was funny. I'm glad I got to look at that. That's funny. Vile Inquisition. We have another 2-cost Shadow Action. Block 3. You may play it from your banish zone, so this will be free if you play it from your banish zone. Okay, I see banishes and was about to get really upset. Target hero banishes the top card of their deck. If it's red, they lose one, and this follows a trend. The yellow banishes yellow, and the blue one, which I think is going to be probably the best one, unironically, because it's a blue block 3. And it also, like, blues are really premium right now. They lose
I
a
agree.
life, so that's pretty good value.
I fully agree.
Especially, oh, go ahead.
Uh, like I was just saying, I agree with you. Uh, the only downside to this is the fact that, like a lot of the shadow cards, does not just have go again. Uh, that's pretty much my only real problem with this card. But you can also potentially, depending on the deck you're playing against, obviously, really affect how they're doing things. Like if, say, they fate foreseen and they like leave the card on top because they know they need it, you can play one of these to just be like, okay, I don't like that you left it on top. We're gonna get rid of it.
100%. I like this. I like this a lot. This is what we needed, not for my arch linking assholes. Soul Butcher, another 2 for 6, because, again, if you're just playing against Bolton, it's just a 2 for 8. Cool, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about the card. Is this also time to go for myself? Oh, just a 2
yep.
for 6 go again? Okay, cool. Is this card tone not to go fuck myself? Oh, okay, finally a
No,
card we can
no.
talk about. Finally a
This
card we
is
can talk about.
this is actually a very interesting card. This is one of the few that actually targets a card in the banish zone
Mm-hmm.
and gives it an additional effect, along with the next card that's showing. Uh, because of the fact that it's a 0 cost, but only blocks 2, I think if you play anything, you would probably play the red copy of the next card. I don't know if you play Beseech of any color, because for at least for Levia, with Levia you have to have a lot of setup with the newest card, which we'll explain after. I think after the next card. Now this one's really good.
Um, Still
It's
trying to figure
just
out what I did wrong. Must be nice. Wait, please don't tell me. Please don't tell me the other one targets shield. Oh my gosh. So cool. It literally doesn't. So now you can manipulate. Obviously, you're mostly going to play the red, but now you can just
oh yeah,
manipulate. It's like if I specifically need like my blue card that banishes cards from graveyard specifically, you can just go grab that one and it doesn't matter. Ah, okay, cool, thanks, sweet.
yeah.
All right, Zach, just take it away. I'm gonna go back in the kitchen and paste. Take it away.
So this adds a lot of playability to all of the play from banish cards. Uh, you're obviously gonna for Levy anyways play this one more because of the new form, which we're gonna get into here in a second. Uh, and like I was saying before, this is one of the only cards that targets a banished card and gives it an additional effect while it's in that while it's in the banish zone. And that's just super interesting to me that they made a card like this. Um, and it's only a common, not even a rare. It is a common. Yes, it's going to be very niche, but it's still really interesting. I like the card. Isaac, you can come back now.
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, but yeah, that's my opinion on that card.
All right, so we talked about it earlier. But so the card that Oblivion, yeah, it's Oblivion, right?
Yeah, Oblivion.
So this is a card I did skip over, talking about Oblivion. So this is the thing that it brings. So remember how I told you guys to technically get this out turn one. You need a very specific hand, but there's a way you get this out turn one. But obviously you wouldn't play it turn one. You would just have the 6 turn chance,
then play at the end of your opponent's turn, and then tell your opponent, "Hey, nice game that we're playing. I have a 6/6. What do you have?" So this says once per action, pay 0 attack. When this hits a hero, banish a card from their soul. If it's a light card to banish, this way gain 1 life. So mind you, this is similar to I forget, it was Blasphemous and there was the other one. Which one did Chain play?
Ursa.
Ursa. This is similar to Ursa where you actually can you have a late game plan versus fatigue. So how chains were starting to beat prisms that were going fatigue is they would just summon Ursa and to say pitch to grass, attack with Ursa. Pitch to grass, attack with Ursa. That's all they would do. They would have they would have 1 blue in their whole entire deck, and they would just do that. And if you were at 0, like 1 or 2, you had to block out. Didn't have an option. And I think
Right.
this has a similar thing it can do, where like eventually the value just gets too much to the point where I can have no cards in hand, still present 6. So that means kill any ally that Dromai or Prism plays. I can still just present 6, which after enough turns becomes relevant and must be blocked. Like, I think this is a lot what you want. Obviously, if this allows you to banish a card that you control in some way, you can manipulate there, it gets a little bit better. But being able to attack the light hero's soul, I think, is really important because we see how many cards benefit from having cards in soul and need certain cards in soul. So honestly, pretty good.
I agree. The only downside is at least for Vincent,
Yeah.
it seems like it's going to be really hard to actually, line it up properly to be able to bring out Nazareth.
Yeah, you have to take a lot of off turns if you don't just have like the good cards already in hand.
Right. Obviously, the fastest way to do it would be Revel and Rune Blood, but that's still going to be a setup turn to try and set up correctly. Or at least that's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, because like the hand I have was pretty much Magical Christmas Land. Like not impossible, but like you're still just like specific cards. All right, so last but not least, we get to talk about the card that really, and I mean really has everyone hyped. We have Levia Redeemed. Levy Redeemed is a Shadow Demi Hero. What is a Demi Hero, you ask? Well, I technically don't know. But this obviously it has 2 sides. So how this card works for legality purposes is this exists as 1 card in your deck. You will put down this side on your deck list. It's not like you put down both sides. But
Right.
they're technically 2 separate cards. So starting with Levy Redeemed, she is a 4 intellect, 8 life hero. 8 life? Well, that doesn't seem like a lot. Well, it's not. But trust me, it is well worth being at 8. And in some worlds, can actually gain your life. In some worlds. Not all worlds, but like for each world. So this
A lot of
says,
worlds.
well, I mean, I'm just going to kill you in response. Not really, because I'm playing Bolton, because me, I guess. This says, action. Turn all cards in your banish zone face down cost. So starting off, well, that's pretty awkward. Do you know that like 74 blood debt I had in my banish zone? Kind of gone now. Transform into Levy Redeemed. Activate this ability while this is in your inventory, which is your sideboard. You have 13 cards or more with blood debt in your banish zone. So, mind you, you can be at whatever life you want. As long as you fulfill this requirement, you can flip her over. Obviously, if you're at 40 for some weird reason, please don't do this. I'm asking you, not don't have to do it for the meme, just don't. But
I agree. Do not do that.
she has a very cool text of cards you lose, cards you won't lose blood debt. So before we flip over to the other side, so what are we thinking? What are we thinking about this card? Obviously, cards you have they lose blood debt, so you don't have to worry about just getting like clapped because you have a bad hand. Like
Right.
you still live, but obviously you're 8, which is it's not great. But do you think the payoff for
going to 8 life and losing Blood Debt is well worth this card in the sideboard?
I personally think it's an amazing card. So the reason why, this actually allows you to play in the late game. Obviously, you're not going to do this while at a high life total. You want to do this preferably when you enter a state of under 8 life to gain life for it. This is insane, and I think this is great, like lore-wise, along with the other side. And her, like forcing like Blood Debt off, and losing the brute aspect. Getting rid of her brutish ways. Lore-wise, that's insane. That's great. And now you have all your cards that were originally a double-edged sword. Well, now they're not double-edged swords anymore. You don't take damage from your double-edged swords anymore. So now you can throw out plenty of free damage and not worry about killing yourself. Which is literally all Levia usually did. In Mansan's words, if you were to take Levia before to an event, you would probably bubble out of top 8 if you were to even get that close, if you were on a Blood Debt list. Because one of the games you would lose because of skill, that you would get outskilled. And then the other one, you would lose to yourself. Because you would not be able to show off Blood Debt for a turn, and then you just die. This keeps that from happening. And you can still do plenty of stuff after losing Blood Debt. One of the main things, if your Howl from Beyonds are still in your graveyard, when you turn to this side, you keep your Howls, and you still get to rotate your Howls. You still get to throw an extra +6 on any attack while filling up your graveyard and throwing usually 12 at the opponent, which is massive, especially in the late game. To completely stop 12, most of the time, they got to get rid of their entire hand.
Yep. Yeah, this is pretty disgusting.
Not to mention, also, say you're at 1 life, this is literally +7 life.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Insane.
Before we go before any cringe people in the chat say it, I'm going to say it ironically, not unironically, I'm going to say it ironically. Look up the turn of ironic and unironically before any plebs say it. Oh God, Levia, step on me. Oh, look at the thighs. Yeah, we don't care, bro. It's a fictional character. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, look at her.
Alright, bro. Alright, bro. Alright, let's look at the other side. Blasmafet Levia Consumed. This is another Levia specialization. And this one, on the other hand, is another Shadow Demon Hero, keyword demon. This one has 13 life. And this one says, while this is in your inventory, when Blood Debt reduces your life to 13, you may transform Blasmafet Levia Consumed. Key thing for everyone, this will go over your Levia hero. I don't remember all the logistics, but I just remember it goes over the Levia, correct? That's what it is, right? It goes over the Levia?
Yeah, it goes over Levia, and Levia actually becomes the soul of the new card.
Yeah, so you have 1 soul.
Yeah, so Levia will actually have a soul.
Aha! I'm at the counterattack. Let's go. Bolton gamers rise up. No, don't rise up. Stay down. But Blasphemous has the ability. Once each turn, you may play a card with Blood Debt from your banish zone. Whenever a card is put into your banish zone, turn it face down. So, it doesn't really turn off Blood Debt, but kind of turns off Blood Debt in a way. If you would lose life from Blood Debt, instead, banish the top card of your deck. Now, that's actually losing life from Blood Debt. So, this card's really hard to evaluate. Obviously, it's very powerful, but it's kind of, again, with a double-edged sword where you don't lose life from Blood Debt anymore. That's absolutely great. But in exchange for that, you don't get to play a lot of cards anymore.
So, you also have to think about the linguistics. This essentially makes Levia turn on chain mode. Your whole banish zone is now your hand because almost every card has go again. Well, not go again, but you get to play from your banish zone. Every card has blood debt, almost. Also, not to mention, your blood debt doesn't go up after you turn to the side anymore. It only goes down because now you're not gonna banish face up anymore. You're only banishing face down, so your number is only gonna go down, especially if you're playing from your banished pile. Another good way to think about this is also, say if you play with a endless maw, that makes that a 1 card 9. And you get access to 6 copies of Endless Maw. And then there's Dread Screamers. There's, Graveling Growls. That's another good one. Shaden Death Hydra now becomes a 2-card 13. It's just insane the possibilities that this card brings. And it's also the fact that, like I said, you go into chain mode. You get an extra hand. You get to play literally any Blood Deck card out of your banish zone. This also makes Guardian of the Shadow Realm somewhat playable because the text on the bottom, it says once during each turn, which means you can play the Guardian on their turn, which is a 2-cost 6 defense reaction out of your banish.
Is that the one where you can pay 2 and get it back as well? Is that card?
That is only an action though. Unfortunately, it is not an instant. It'd be busted if it was an instant.
Yeah, a little bit.
But the main thing is, you cut your resources down a bit to be able to extend more. 1 card 9, 2-card 13. These are phenomenal rates.
Yeah, 100%.
And even if, obviously, both sides have their ups and downs. Notably with the redeemed side, it says all your cards lose blood debt, which means cards like, say, Hexagore. If you attack with Hexagore now, you're going to take 6 because none of your cards have blood debt anymore. Or if you haven't played Doomsday yet, you can't play Doomsday anymore because you don't have any blood debt cards anymore. So Redeemed has its ups and its downs, and so does Plasma Fett. Plasma Fett, you start fatiguing a little bit more, but chances are, at the point of the game that you're at, you're probably trying to line up for it. It just adds so much possibilities to your deck.
Alright, obviously, we haven't got a chance to really play test one cards, but hot take, which side do you actually think is more, not fun, but competitively viable?
That's actually a hard question to answer.
Well, that's why we asked
because, like you said, there hasn't been any paper testing yet. But I think, honestly, I think it depends on the matchup.
Okay.
I think some matchups you want to go Redeemed, while the other side or with other matchups you want to go Plasma Fett. Reason why you want to go Plasma Fett is to try and force more onto the opponent. I think if you're up against an aggro matchup, maybe a Plasma Fett, because if you're in the aggro matchup, chances are you don't have a lot of blood debt to start off with anyways. So you can go into the Plasma Fett side kind of easily and then just get full value out of blocking the opponent while still throwing massive damage at them. That's kind of my hot take. But I think against most decks, you definitely want to go probably Redeem. If Oldham was still in the game, you definitely want to go redeemed against Oldham. Bravo, now that he's got Starstruck, I think you definitely want to go redeemed because, if he turns off your turn, at least you still get it to play. Like, notably, redeemed still takes an action. So if they,
Big true.
yeah, so if they, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying big true. I'm just doing ad libs at this point.
The only downside about the redeem side, you need 13 blood debt. If you don't have 13 blood debt, it's gonna be pretty hard to do. Plasma Fett, you just have to hit 13 life through blood debt ticks. Because, like you said earlier, blood debt is one at a time. It's not all at once. It is one consecutive, like it is 1, 1, 1, 1. So, say you're at 16 and you have 4 blood debt, you take 3 before the last one goes off. You go to this side, you save yourself a life, and now you're pretty much extending your hand and banishing a card face down.
Yep, 100%. It's kind of nice. I guess last question before we end this. Absolutely amazing. This is a 4-hour live stream. This feels like the old days. So, honest question, like this, like not with your heart, because I know what your heart would want to say. Again, not a lot of testing. Gut feeling. Where do you think Levia can stand in the meta? So obviously we see the return of Prism. We see Bolton still being horrible. Somehow got worse. Couldn't tell you how that one happened. We see obviously Levia, the deck we're talking about, get better. We see Vincent on the rise. Obviously Lexi still powerhouse. All the decks that were good before good, but we also have Oldham leaving. I think Oldham leaving is almost as impactful as the new set. Mostly for people's mental, because the people had emotional damage because of Oldham, because they're whiny.
Yeah.
Where do you think Levy would stand? Like, if let's say there was a tournament tomorrow, and you could play full power Levia with all the new cards, how do you think it would do? If you had the best players playing it.
If I had the best players playing it?
Yeah, so you have Vansett, Allen. I'll throw you in there. I think you're pretty good, pretty big Levia player. Like I assume you also know some more behind the scenes that I don't. Like all of you guys were testing. You guys carried the best possible list for a tournament tomorrow. How well do you think everyone does?
I honestly think, at the very least, there will be a few bubbling in top 8. Like they will be in the top 8.
Ooh, you think that's spicy? You think Levia got that good?
I honestly think so.
Okay.
Because, like I was saying before, before this stuff came out, people like Mansant being like the biggest example of it, he would bubble out of top 8 because, for starters, people who are more skilled at their deck, and second, the bad blood debt turn. This card alone turns off, blood debt entirely. Like, I think, honestly, Levia might be a deck to be feared by a lot of other decks. Mainly because of just, like, her card pool is just insane. And now that she's got the ability to just completely remove the downside of her card pool, she's going to be insane.
I mean, it goes to that thing I always told you, and like, how ironic is it now that we see the card pool, how true it might become. If Levy is allowed to be good, it's fucking scary.
Very. I fully think we're going to see a lot of top Levias. Because I've already heard that some pros think Levia will already be, like, a menace. Not just Mansant.
We got some converters.
I don't know about converters, but I know that I think his name was Josh something. Forget his last name. He's seen the card pool and he's like, wow, if it weren't for Blood Debt, Levia would be scary. Well, now it's gone. And Lots of possibilities with this deck. Lots of possibilities.
Oh yeah. All right, well, guys, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. I know I definitely did. Big shout out to the boy Zach, aka Slipstream, for carrying the latter part of the stream because I am literally sagging in my chair about to pass out. Obviously, also appreciate the insight because out of all these decks, I have the least reps on Levia, and the reps I do have on Levia are a degenerate control deck because I'm just a piece of garbage. But if you guys enjoyed content like this, please comment down below what you guys want to see next. If you guys want to see Zach featured on the channel more, now that his volume is turned up, please let me know. We can see if we can get some stuff working, guys. If you guys enjoyed this live stream, make sure you guys like, subscribe, comment down below what you guys want to see next. It's been your boy Cy from Siphon TCG, and it's been 4 hours, and I'm about to pass out. Peace out.
Thanks for having me, by the way.
Yeah. Oh god, I gotta get the outro real quickly. Stream ending. Yeah, 4 hours, baby, around the dot. Let's go. Wow, this the Levia video was an hour and 57 minutes. It's not bad. Almost half the live stream was Levia.
All right, I actually got to